last time on Asmiliath Adventures. We pick up as the Golden Hearts finish clearing the shambling horde of townspeople that had been drawn out by Marcus, most of the horde finding their demise after following the old warrior into a trapped hallway, as the rest of the party subdue the stragglers. Once the horde was either dead or incapacitated, I cannot say that word, an argument broke out between Lord Valoran and Marcus over the handling of the townspeople. While the old warrior stood his ground, Valoran pointed out the avoidable slaughter he had caused, making it clear that he was going to have Marcus answer for his crimes against humanity. Unwilling to be brought before anyone else's judgment, Marcus chooses to take his own life instead, allowing the undead townspeople he had raised to pull him in and end his life. Attempting to refocus their energy towards achieving their goal, the party tuck aside the trauma they had witnessed and push further into Butcher's Hole. It doesn't take long before they find a large cavern that holds their target, Lord Jarrell, and a mysterious man that had put all of this in motion, Novin. After a brief discussion in which Novin recognizes them from the monastery, and the party learns that he will not release Lord Jarrell unless Duke Braun comes personally, a fight ensues. Amidst the struggle, Valoran delivers the killing blow to Novin, and is faced with the decision of saving Lord Jarrell or the remaining possessed townspeople. Siding with the common folk, the party witness a magical energy come over Lord Jarrell before Novin dies, discovering the young lord now appears to be a husk of his former self, being mostly unresponsive and vacant. Still technically achieving their goal of retrieving Lord Jarrell, the Golden Hearts find a few magical trinkets in the room before departing the Butcher's Hole, taking the time to lead the confused citizens of Barren Hollow back to their homes. After a few days of doing what they can for the devastated town and sending off Marcus with a funeral pyre, the Golden Hearts collect their things and depart back towards Karun Vale. So it's been roughly about a day since you guys have departed Barren's Hollow, heading back to Karun's Vale, the city where you had met Porter, the one that's constantly covered in mist. You're, again, maybe about a day out of getting to your destination. Adam, driving the cart, the rest of you on your horses. Rolly, you are sat in the cart as well, correct?
What?
Are you in the cart as you're traveling?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So as you are trumbling along, it's maybe about 9 or 10 in the morning. You guys have just kind of set off for another day of travel with Adam. There's a small moment of silence between the party before Adam kind of huffs his shoulders a little bit, kind of nudges Rolly at his side, and Sarah, if I may I ask you something?
Of course.
Well, seeing as mute your mic, Rolly. It's echoing. Seeing as the outcome of Butcher's Hole, I was curious if the party was ever there, or if I should just forget that particular little detour.
I don't quite get what you're saying. We were certainly there.
Simple enough. I will certainly go along with that. It's just I'm not supposed to know things. I'm not supposed to ask questions, and I am very comfortable in staying in that role. I just, with the faces and the discussion I heard when we were there, as you came out of the woods with the townspeople that were left, it seemed like it didn't go particularly well. So I just wanted to make sure that if anybody asks, that it was okay for me to disclose that we were there.
If anybody asks, rest assured we'll disclose it before you do.
Simple enough. I appreciate being able to discuss this with you. I didn't want to overstep or do anything that you might find disrespectful. So thank you for informing me.
You really should stop apologizing as much when you've done nothing wrong.
Well, I think it simply just comes from knowing my place in most regards. It's not a matter of me having any sort of self-doubt. It's more just attempting to not rub anyone the wrong way whenever I'm set to a task.
I won't argue with you, but like I said, I won't argue with you.
Well, I hope that the little discourse that we do have as we travel brings you some sort of entertainment. It's still another day before we get back to Caroon Vale. I would like to think that we are at least acquaintances, you and I, Rolly, since you have been riding in the cart with me all these days.
Yes, it's been quite a pleasurable ride. Forgive me, it's been a little rough of a trip that it went a way I hadn't expected, so I think I'm done talking for right now.
Adam just kind of takes it and nods slowly, glancing around at the kind of small woodlands you guys are moving through. But if no one else has anything else to add, we can kind of just move on to when you actually arrive.
I'll say that has Jarrell been violent or just brainless?
Just brainless. Like, you can kind of lead him around. He'll like partially walk, but you're mostly kind of like pushing him or leading him. But when you like set him in place, he just sets. Okay. Occasionally, you have to like feed him, which is basically just opening the mouth, pushing some food in, closing the mouth, and hoping for the best. Seems that he's functioning at the bare minimum that he can.
So I think that if I could have, before we left Barren Hollow, just find some sort of robe or cloak or just any crappy thing to put over him, because he is armored and he is bearing a lot of insignia, and if we are dragging this fancy looking guy around in shackles, I don't want to attract attention, so the more I can cover him up for the road, the better.
Okay, so you just want to like cover him up in like a kind of big cloak, more or less?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that warrants any sort of roll. I imagine that from Barren's Hollow, you could find some sort of neglected cloak that may be left behind by the previous owner.
Just any ratty canvas thing that nobody's
covers
using anymore.
Okay. So yeah, he would just kind of be in the back of the cart, I assume, kind of just slumped over, just existing. Yeah. So you guys finish up that days of travel. You're getting closer to the evening time. The sun's just starting to kind of dip closer to the horizon. You still probably have about an hour or so of daylight left. But you crest that final hill that gives you the full view of Caroon Vale again. The city kind of set on the river as this like crawling mist comes from the sea and kind of like makes its way through the various buildings that make up the city. But you are back at Caroon Vale and, more or less there, just pass through or, take care of any previous business you guys had established here. But it's up to you guys, what you want to do, how you want to approach different things of that nature.
So Valorant would ask the rest of the party if they would want to go to the messengers without him and follow up on that, and also give Rolly his letter to post, and then Valorant can go to Sarensotes on his own.
Yeah, and where would I need to go exactly to drop the letter off?
It's just, for lack of a better term, like a generic kind of carrying business that's just in charge of like general messaging and whatnot. And you were there with him previously, I think, when you sent the letter out. I know at least Jarrell was. So it wouldn't be difficult to find or anything.
Okay.
I'll be the lead on this.
Okay. So you're gonna send off the letters that Valorant has, pick up whatever might be there in return, and then report back.
Yes.
Okay. Are you the only one going?
I don't know.
Yeah. Jarrell would join. That's
so everyone but Valorant is going. Okay. So yeah, you guys walk in, and the kind of shop or situation you find yourself in, it's almost like a little small courtyard outside of a building, but there's various like wooden cages kind of filling the space around you that are full of different like pigeons and ravens and birds of flight that are either connected to some sort of city or location or whatnot. There's symphony of cawing and hooing and flutters, wings fluttering and flapping and that kind of thing. There's kind of a rather mousy looking woman behind the counter as you guys approach, not quite recognizing you. She gently places her hands on the counter and nods up. Oh, well, welcome. What is your business today?
Hello, I have letters to send and possibly something to receive. I don't really know. I was just sent here.
Well, who would we be receiving for? What is the name?
It would be for Valorant Athelvane.
I will check. Just one moment. And she kind of hops down from a little stool she was on, ducks back into the kind of small room behind her. You hear a few different things being shuffled around, papers being dug through. Eventually, she comes back out, and she is holding a small, very small leather pouch with a very tiny drawstring on it, and a letter. The seal you guys don't recognize. That's actually sealing. It's a proper envelope with a wax seal on it. But she lays out at the table, puts a little sack down. Yes, we have this letter for Lord Athelvane. I usually would like to ask for identification, but I seem to remember some familiar faces from when he was here. It was only a few days ago, correct?
Correct. I am the replacement Lord Athelvane for now. He is on other business. I will gladly take that.
Noblemen are very busy, but yeah, go ahead. You can take it. And what letters are you trying to send out?
I am sending this one from Lord Athelvane.
Where are they going to be delivered to?
That is a great question that I definitely would know.
It would be written on the outside. It's also a sealed proper letter.
Gotcha.
It says right here. I can't.
Oh yeah, my apologies. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No.
I get mixed up. I got many letters that I go in at, but yes, that will be 1 copper piece to send out the letter.
All right, here you go.
Okay. Well, I hope you all have a lovely day, and if you need any more messages sent, I will be here for you.
Raleigh, you're here, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you have a letter?
That wasn't the one that we sent?
I don't know. I thought we had one from Valorant, and then you had one.
Yeah, we had the one for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right?
Well, yeah, but I didn't know if you were sending one somewhere.
Was I?
Just mine as far as I know. I gave it to Rolly, and then Rolly must have gave it to Thor.
Yeah.
Okay, nope, that's all I got.
Okay.
And I will take the pouch and the note, and I'll hand the note to Carl, and he can just hold on to it.
Okay.
And then I'll shake the pouch. Does it sound like money?
There's something sliding around inside of it, but you can't quite tell.
Doesn't sound like the jingly changes?
No.
Son of a bitch. Okay. It's probably a finger.
Yeah, Thor, you're gonna want to be careful with that.
Yeah, it might be like a... Actually, I'll walk out of the post office before I say what I think it might be.
Okay.
I think it might be like, I don't know, a bomb or a finger or something like that.
Valorant, how close are you waiting for them to exit? Are you right outside? Are you somewhere else?
No, I wasn't waiting. I was heading to the keep.
Okay.
I think we'll just, I guess our agreed meeting point is whatever tavern. Oh, do I have that tavern?
The Misty Mirror Tavern.
Oh no, is that not in my notes?
You'll never know the name again.
I do, actually. Do you?
Yes.
We will find out once we get there. To the bar!
So you guys are going to the Misty Mirror Tavern to wait for Valorant, which I imagine you guys would have figured out beforehand.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Oh, also, have I gotten any, messages?
Yeah, so
messages?
the Duke has been checking in on you every day, and we kind of talked about it last session, what you kind of been giving back in return. Mainly just kind of ask, where you are, how close you are, kind of what your new position is each day, asking about Jarrell, kind of getting updates on him, but nothing out of that wheelhouse.
Okay. So nothing like too important that we need to know about yet.
Yeah, but he does make a point of every morning sending you a message to get an update.
Gotcha.
Okay.
One day, I will send a message before he does.
Okay.
Just to update him before he even has to ask.
Okay. So is there anything else you guys want to do before Valorant approaches Sarensot?
Maybe cast Identify on the bag. See if I can glean anything in case it's a trap.
Okay.
Little bomb or poison pouch.
Yeah, so you can set aside the time maybe once you've gotten to the tavern and sat down with it. When you cast Identify on it, it does not send back any sort of magical information.
Okay. Can I smell it? Does it smell?
Give me a... No, you would know this. You go to sniff it, and as soon as you bring the bag like up close to you, you get the distinct, harsh smell of horse shit.
Well, lovely. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave this for Valoran.
What is it?
Well, it smells like shit, Thor. So there's probably just a good chance that if we open it, it's gonna get much worse. So I'll just kind of push that to the side of the table.
Maybe we should keep it for the next time we see them, and we can throw it back at them. Say like, some cool line like "message received," and then,
Thor,
No,
I think
never mind, okay.
I think you've been listening to those folktale songs a little too much.
I don't know what songs you're talking about. The only one I hear is the one you keep playing over and over and over again.
Well, yeah, that's a folktale song. That's
Anyways, excuse me, miss.
Yes.
What was your name again? I just wanted to make sure I remembered it correctly.
What is her name, Daniel?
Karoonville, right?
Yeah.
Calamently.
Oh, I remember that one. I did write that down somewhere. Anyway.
Me too.
She pauses for a moment, kind of looking up, almost appearing to have forgotten her own name for a moment before she brings her attention back down to you. Calamently, obviously, you've been here before.
Yes, I just wanted to, test you and make sure you are still with it, Callie. Me and my friends would like to have a couple of drinks, plus one, who will be on the way shortly.
Okay, I will certainly get that started for you. Any food that you would need, or just drinks?
I'll look over at JD. I'll just wait.
No, well, thank you, Thor. Well, I guess, Rolly, do you have any cards? You can play a little something while we're waiting for Valorant.
Let me. No, but I have whiskey.
Pull out my flask.
But JD, do you want any food? This was the real question.
Yeah, what have they got? Some meat and bread and... no, I'm supposed to be losing weight. Just the meats then.
Just the meat then.
Okay, yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
That'll be it, Callie. Thank you so much.
I'll get right on that. Quick reminder or note, Jarek, you do have a few magical items that you identified last session that you might want to pass around if you wanted to do that at any point. But yes, if that's all you guys are doing at the tavern, we can hop over to Lord Valoran. So you are going up to Duke Sarensot's castle, kind of same approach as last time, I'm assuming?
Yeah. With a somewhat conspicuous sack this time.
Okay. So you, not you guys, as you approach, you again see the kind of familiar, newly built castle that you had been privy to last time. You do take note that when you approach, you actually get within eyesight of the gate itself. You notice that the man that you kind of graciously thrown under the bus previously is not manning the gatehouse this time. It is a more timid, kind of smaller, younger looking man that you don't quite recognize, wearing the same dark gray and light gray colors, the same sigil and whatnot, but just a small change there.
So I approach the gate and just tell him, Lord Athelvane, to see Duke Sarensote.
Athelvane? Athelvane?
That's it.
Athelvane. Lord Athelvane. Yes. Yes?
That's right.
All right. I'll do that. And he turns around and just kind of walks through the courtyard, leaving you at the gate alone.
Is the gate closed?
No, the gate's open. It's a rather kind of small portcullis. Just kind of enough to get like a small cart through and whatnot, which has been kind of left up. He was just kind of stood in front of it where it would close, kind of waiting around, and now he's just turned and walked off through the courtyard.
I mean, if it's open, then I'll follow him.
Okay.
I'm not gonna wait for him to come back.
Okay. As he takes a few steps and you like follow behind him, you see him like pause for a moment, look behind, look a little confused, and, like look back at the door, and like look back at you, and then just continue like still walking towards the door. He goes to open like the kind of grand doors that lead to that main hallway that you guys were in. And he very clearly like goes to close it behind him, like not expecting you to be following him.
I'll wait at those doors, but may as well save him the trip.
Okay. So he closes the door, and you hear his feet kind of drifting off the kind of thudded footsteps on the carpet, disappearing down the hallway. It's a few minutes that you're kind of left standing there in the courtyard. The landscaping outside of this, there isn't a ton of sunlight here, so it's various kind of low light plants and vegetation that fill the courtyard. But it's been very well done. Whether that's because they're just kind of recently been put in, or it's kept up with. It's a kind of pleasant courtyard to be standing in. But yeah, a few minutes pass before you hear the footsteps approaching again, and you see the door like push open just enough. It's a big wooden double door, and he pushes one up just enough to kind of crack it. You see his face like peering out. He goes, "He will see you now, Lord Athelvane."
Very good.
He's in the dining room. He is eating. He is very excited to greet you, to receive you, Lord Athelvane.
I know the way.
Okay. He kind of guides you in, and as you go to make your way down the hallway, he kind of like awkwardly tries to keep pace with you, like following you, but he can't match the speed, so he kind of like gets a little too close and like stops, and then kind of like slows down, then like kind of runs a little bit to catch up, and kind of like almost pursues you down the hallway.
I'm just walking purposefully, headed for where he must spend most of his time, in the dining room.
Okay. Yeah, so you go down. It's basically kind of the last doorway in the hallway at the end. And the castle at this point, through the various kind of windows that peek into the hallway and through the various rooms connected to it, the light from outside is kind of finally dimming, the sun kind of hitting the horizon. So it's a more comforting, candle lit aesthetic now as the evening's starting to kind of take hold. But you step into the grand hallway, ballroom, entertainment room, the kind of main room of the castle. And still that kind of long, drawn-out feasting table is in the center of the room. His specialized seating area is still there at the end of it. You see the familiar sight of Duke Sarensote kind of lounged back on the throne at the end of the table. Any sort of food has been kind of taken away, except for a small platter of fruit that's like at arm's reach beside him. But he looks, a little tired, a little groggy. He's not dressed in his like formal wear at this point. He's in a more comfortable, almost like loose pajama tunic kind of thing. Clearly having not expected anybody at this time. But as you come in, he takes a pear up and kind of like sinks his teeth into a nice juicy like coming out of it, and he just like, oh, Lord Athelvane, welcome back to my humble abode. I imagine that your ventures were successful.
Are we? Is it just me and him in here, and like some guards, or is
the guard? Well, beside the guard that you've been interacting with, he's the only one in this room. It is fairly empty. There are various, doors that lead off of this room, but there's no individuals in there. But as you kind of enter the grand hall, eating room, whatever you want to call it, the guard that was following you is kind of stood in the doorway. The door's still open to the hallway, just kind of hanging around.
So Valoran says, "Good evening, Duke Sarensode. After your show of support, I wouldn't think of departing without supplying proof of the deed." And Valoran holds the bag out. He holds it out to his side, like he doesn't hold it out for the Duke. He holds it out to the side and sort of waits for someone to take it from him. And it's this like triple bagged old grain sack, bundle, whatever he could find around Barren Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
And inside are the two brute heads.
Okay. So as you hold it out and speak, the Duke Sarensode is kind of leaning back farther and farther, giving this almost like dull, munching cow expression as he's like finished chewing the pear. As you hold out the bag, there's kind of this awkward, long, drawn-out moment of no one making any sort of motion to move the conversation forward until eventually Duke Sarensode like takes the pear down, lets out this like long sigh. Vorton, take the bag from Lord Athelvane. And you hear like a little clattering of metal as the guard who had, kind of brought you in kind of jolts to attention. He's like, oh, yes, Lord Athelvane, I'm sorry. And he comes forward, he grabs the sack from you, and wasn't quite expecting two different weights in it as he kind of goes to cup his hand under it. And it kind of stumbles and falls, and the other head kind of drags the bag down and it hits the floor. And he kind of like is leaning forward, his helmet falls off. It's a whole display of just no grace whatsoever. But after kind of like getting the helmet back on and getting the sack picked back up, he kind of rushes it over to Duke Sarensode, attacking the kind of drawstrings or whatever was securing the opening, kind of opening it, presenting it to him. And Duke Sarensode, as he's coming up, is, oh, I don't imagine it's any glazed pheasant. Oh, that is not glazed pheasant. Oh, that is disturbing. Where did that come from, Lord Athelvane?
Barren Hollow. Which, by the way, was all but destroyed, I'm afraid.
Well,
in future, perhaps when abominations are prowling your very border, a more immediate response would be prudent.
Well, it certainly would be a bad situation to find oneself in if you were in charge of that particular town, but just so happens that recently I have lost any sort of ownership of Barren's Hollow, so my condolences to their populace.
Might I ask who should receive the bad news in that case?
Oh, well, it's that, grumpy old shit Lord Jarrell. He's been trying to gain Barren's Hollow from me for years, and I guess it's just good timing that he finally got it out from under me.
I see. Well, in any case, my party returns to Duke Braun forthwith. I bid you good health. And Valoran takes like a long look up and down the banquet table at whatever's left of dinner.
Well, before you depart, Lord Athelvane, I do have one question for you.
Of course.
You clearly aren't from Giles' kingdom, if I can presume. If I had to hazard a guess, you are across the mountains from us, our neighbors and folk, am I right?
You are.
Well, I will not pry into why you find yourself this far east and why you may not be occupying your own dining table, but I will ask that you do carry a good opinion of me as you move forward and potentially put in a good note with me with the various connections you may have, since I did help facilitate your expedient pursuit of these evil creatures.
That's true, of course. You did at that. And I will give you full credit in my recounting of the day's events.
That is all I ask, and I am sorry that our first meeting wasn't as smooth as I would like.
Think nothing of it. Good help is hard to find.
He looks over at the guard that's led you in, and you see his eyes kind of squint down at them before he turns back to you. It's a shame I had to let the last one go. He was caught taking bribes.
Well, it's shocking how quickly a picnic can disappear with little ants taking bites.
Well, I think I'd give the ants a run for their money.
Anything else that I can do for you, Sarensot?
No, I simply ask that you enjoy Karun Vale and let me know if you need anything further.
That's very kind of you. Good evening.
Good evening, Lord Valoran. At this point, the guy beside him is like going to move, still holding the sack, but you see Duke Sarensot like reach out and grab his arm, just kind of like slowly shake his head, kind of allowing you to exit yourself.
I'm out.
Okay. So I'm guessing you're going back to the Misty Mirror?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you guys, whatever various activities you were partaking in, it's maybe about like 30 minutes to an hour before your familiar friend, Lord Valoran, comes through the door. It's easy enough to spot the party. They don't usually make a note of, keeping out of the way. So you can meet back up with them.
Yeah, Valoran sort of trudges into the inn, like with ever since leaving Barren Hollow, like he hasn't had that usual irritated energy. It's been a lot more subdued. So he trudges into the inn and looks for you guys.
Jarrell will wave him over. Valoran, how did your meeting go?
Somewhat less confrontational than I had planned, honestly. But that's probably for the best. I showed Sarensot proof of our encounter.
How did he take that?
In stride, which is more than I expected.
Wait, you actually saw him stand up and walk?
No, I'm not sure he's capable. Thor, I mean that he was unfazed.
I'll just sit there and contemplate the meaning of phasing.
I gave him them brute heads.
Well, in other news, I have a potentially crappy letter for you.
Yeah. Good one, Thor.
I suggest you read this before I give you the next part of it.
He takes the letter and looks at it. The envelope.
Yeah, you would recognize the wax sigil on it from being from Lord Solomon. I don't know if we've established his sigil yet. I don't think we have, so we'll go over that. But you would recognize it for all intents and purposes. But yeah,
and it's addressed to Valoran?
There's no address on it.
Oh, okay.
But just simple, vanilla, well, not vanilla, but, parchment envelope. Obviously there's a little bit of less see-through area where the actual letter is on the inside.
So before he opens it, he just sort of holds it up and says, I take it our ruse didn't work. He didn't send the Marauders any more money.
He sent them something. And Carl will present the tiny pouch.
Yeah, so Carl it's a fair amount of weight for Carl, and so he's kind of like haphazardly like struggling to stumble forward, but he's holding this pouch in his arms, kind of presenting it to you, Valoran.
Take it from him and kind of gingerly open it and look inside.
Yeah, just opening the top and kind of peering in. What you're met with appears to be a singular, regular copper coin, but around the outside of it, there is dried brown clumps of what you presume to be horse shit around it.
So he just sort of looks inside and says, "Oh dear. Well, it's only 1 copper. Do you want it, Thor?"
I did pay the lady a copper to send your letter, so...
Oh, here you are.
No, it's okay. You keep that. I think it's meant to you. I don't know. You have to read the letter first.
Peel open the envelope.
Okay. I'm going to give you the letter, and I'm just going to put it on the screen for all of you. But Valoran, if you want to read it, you can. If you just want to read it silently, you can. Can everyone see it, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you reading it, Valoran, or what do you want to do?
Oh, Valoran doesn't read it out loud, but I will.
Okay, go for it.
Out of character. It says, "My most beloved son, I hope you are aware, Genevieve and I read over every letter you send. It has been hard to write in return with the nature of your travel, but I hope these words reach you. I've been told you would be in Karud Vale for some time by our gracious host, Lord Salaman. Regretfully, his wife passed last month, and he invited Genevieve and I to grieve with him since we are so close. Her passing reminds me of when your father and myself wed all those years ago, memory only serving to raise my sympathy for Lord Salaman. Know what I'm about to ask will keep you from your current task, but a mother's heart can only take so much loss in such a short period of time. Want to ask for yourself and Marcus to return to me, not our state, but to Lord Salaman's castle, since I imagine we'll be here for the foreseeable future. Know your current task is important, but my eyes have to confirm you are alive so that my heart can be content. Give my best regards to Marcus and stay safe on your travels. Your mother always, Isabel. Athelvane."
So, Valoran, you would notice right off the bat that whenever you received any sort of letters from your mother, whether it was you were a young boy and you were somewhere else or during your travels, it always started out as Val. It never was addressed, "my most beloved son." So that's a little tidbit for you to know.
Sure. I also noticed there's some misspellings that seem... I'm going to presume that they aren't. That's also not normal.
Everything is written as it should be.
The misspellings too?
Mm-hmm.
That tracks with my mother's other letters?
No. She would usually have very accurate, vocabulary and grammar.
Right,
and all
yeah.
that
What
kind
I'm
of stuff.
saying is not that I'm not accusing you of misspelling. I'm saying that
Yes. It would not be normal.
misspelling.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So who is it from?
So Valoran tells the table, "It's to me, not the Marauders. He has my family." At this point, he'll actually just toss the letter. Like, he'll toss it at Rolly. Like, He has my family, and toss it.
Rolly, here, let me take a look at that.
Hand it over to Jared.
Can I attempt a investigation or perception to see if maybe this has illusionary script and see if I can maybe pierce the veil if that's the case.
Yeah, do investigation. Hey, Rob, your mic has some background noise going. Oh, I should probably actually pull the chat up. Forgot to switch back. Yeah, from what you can tell, it doesn't appear there's any sort of forgery or magic or any strange cover-up. It just appears to be a regular letter.
Well, Valoran, what do you want to do about this?
What I want to do is roast Salaman on a spit.
So who is this Salaman?
You know, it's his debt collector.
Oh, you owe him money, right.
He's also a folk count, like myself.
I mean, a lot of people can count.
Nobility, Thor. He's a folkish noble.
And he's more important than you, I take it then. If he's got a bunch of debts owed to him.
Who's that? Who are you speaking to?
You?
Me? Oh. Our rank is equal. Our resources are not.
Oh, gotcha.
So is he like the Duke Braun of where you're from?
No, not quite.
Is he like better, worse?
Worse.
That's got to be pretty bad. Then he did take out Beer Mime's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, and then he just burned that guy to death with that cursed skull. So, I mean, this guy sounds like bad news. What'd you say his name was? Salaman?
Lord Horace Salaman.
Oh. Yeah. You could call him Horace the Whore.
And he's
So-
adopted your family?
For all intents and purposes, he's holding my wife, my mother, and my sister hostage.
Oh. You know, we did just take down a pretty crazy guy. I think we could probably take down the whole castle if we really need to.
Thor, that's too many people.
Bad idea, Thor.
No. As long as there is a wall of spikes, I think we got it.
How many wall of spikes are we going to run into?
There can only be more. Anyways. So,
No, we should get Jarrell back to Braun,
yes.
and then, try and get the hell away from him, because I don't foresee him being a jovial sort after this.
I mean, he wasn't really happy when we left. So, I think he'll be a little happier. Maybe on the happy scale, he was like here, and now he's like here. Okay, maybe like here.
Yeah,
But he's a little bit higher. But anyways, I think we should probably, return Jarrell, and then maybe we see what he has to say, and then, Lord Val, if you want to spill your beans, and then see what he says, or if you don't want to spill your beans, we can just, be like, yeah, we're gonna go do something somewhere else. See you later, bro, and we'll just leave. And we can go deal with your stuff. I got nothing to do. Actually, I do have someone I need to kill. But other than that, I got nothing to do.
The three of you would accompany me back to Folk.
I mean, see why we wouldn't.
I think there's 4 of us, and I want to go.
I mean, Valoran, we've eaten together, we've slept together, we've shit together. This is...
We haven't
think-
lived together, Jarek. That has definitely never happened.
No, you were on the other side of the bush, and I was just trying to be quiet. But
I take your meaning.
I wouldn't say that we're equals with you being a noble, but I would like to think that we are at least pretty good acquaintances at this part.
I think I'm technically a prince.
How?
Well, because my mom was in the relationship with Kustar, and Kustar's like the leader. So, like, if we're going by like royalty standards, he was like the ruler. My mom was the queen. I'm the prince.
Yeah, you're more like a bastard half prince, though.
Okay, Rolly.
Yeah, I mean, Thor, the guy beat the shit out of you, scarred your face up. I don't think you.
It happens all the time in my clan. I mean, you don't really know what happens in Boulder School, but what happens in Boulder School usually doesn't stay in Boulder School. People will hold grudges for the rest of their lives. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, can you be a prince though? You're, half Goliath.
Okay, but I only recently know that I can still beat your ass. So probably.
You can beat his ass, but apparently you can't beat the leader's ass, so that's your problem, right?
Rolly, I am getting there. I am working on it. It is a constant thing that I am thinking about. You don't think this is something I think about every day, every night to say the people I want to kill. So far, it's just been one name, but I can add yours to it if you really want me to.
Yeah, you make whatever list you like. It's just that if you're measuring yourself on whether or not you can beat Jarrek's ass, it's... Well, I mean, I beat both of your asses. Does that make me a king?
Did we all have that dream?
Okay, look. Okay, beating me is nothing special, and I think we all know that. But sure, Buffy would put me down. But
I think Carl could probably put you down.
Don't even
You'll
know.
just see Carl flex.
Yeah, Carl's just like.
Or I send one message to that thing that's 21 words. It's gonna blow his head freaking straight off his shoulders.
It's okay. Carl will survive. I mean, one of the Hulks literally just like sneezed and kicked you, and you fell down.
Hey, that hit me really hard, straight, point on his stomach, right where the diaphragm is, I guess. Really, that hit me right there. That's the bread box. That's the heart. That's what hurts.
Maybe he was just trying to give you a new tattoo. Give you a new person to be a slave to.
I'm good on my tattoos, Thor. On a side note, I'd like to small round of applause to ourselves. We were able to get rid of Novin. Ballroom, good job.
Oh, yeah, can we talk about that? It didn't seem that hard. I mean, Ballroom walked up to him and then hit him twice, and he was dead.
I hit him very hard.
I mean, yeah, you do hit like a truck, but still.
I mean, point of order, I think I hit him first, but...
All right, you little beer mug things, right?
Yeah, those caught him like straight in the nuts a couple of times.
He didn't seem to notice, though.
Well, I mean, don't you remember what he was digging up in the monastery? He probably doesn't have.
I mean, I don't. We still don't know what he dug up. We don't know where that thing is. Did we take his body?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Has it moved?
No.
I'm just kind of scared he'll come back because, he didn't seem too phased about dying.
Well, that's why I dug out his eyes,
Oh, I forgot about that. God.
Yeah.
Why? Why'd you... Okay. One of them popped, right?
Yeah, no, it totally blew straight out of his head.
Ooh.
He did have these things with him, by the way. And I'll bring him out.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 miniature barrels and the pendant.
Yeah.
So I don't want to sound selfish. I think the pendant might be pretty useful for me, but it gives a little bit of a bonus to our armor. Kind of
Does it
a
revive you?
no, but it makes it harder to hit. So I don't know, Thor, because it basically makes a little magic shield for you. So if you're out there in the front, make it harder to hit you. I just don't know what to do with these, and I'll push the little barrels forward.
Well, what are they?
They're magic. They expand and shrink. You can fill them with things, and then I don't know. Maybe throw them if you want. Maybe fill it with rocks. Break down the door with it.
But I mean, does it like? It has rocks.
Well, to clarify, they are full of sand, and they only expand on impact and explode.
Oh, so they explode. It's like a one-time use item.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
far do they need to be thrown to activate?
They're activated by words, like a power word, and then you throw it. And then that like activates whenever it hits something next. It would explode.
What are the power words?
I'd prefer not to say, so we don't, accidentally blow our nuts off.
Wait, so what's it full with? Do you know?
So
what
you
it-
just, you throw it, and it starts off small. It hits something, it gets very big and heavy. Maybe we could knock something down, or drop it off of far heights and break something.
Like how big we talking here? Like normal barrel size, or big barrel size?
I believe I identified on these.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know
Yeah.
just how big of a barrel?
For all intents and purposes, I'll break it down real quick so you know the mechanics of them. It's a small miniature wooden barrel full of sand. When you throw it, it keeps the momentum of the throw when it expands, which is kind of the benefit of it. And so once you throw it and like keep the, say the power word or this, that, or the other thing, it will expand on the next impact it has, keeping its momentum, and it's full of sand. It's a heavy, big thing they used to do in like siege battles, dropping sand barrels on people. So it's basically a miniature version of that. So you would just pick it up, throw it, and it's about your like general assumption of a medium-sized barrel holding like various like goods and food and that
And-
kind of thing.
Can I pick one up?
Yeah.
Is it heavy?
No, they weigh like pebbles.
Okay. Whoa. I don't know. I think I can throw pretty freaking hard. How much damage would that do?
That's a good.
Well, I'm wondering if we put it in something small, if it would explode it outwards, like if we put it in someone's mouth, could it just?
I mean, I suppose, we could put it in I think it depends, like if we put it in between the cracks of a building, I don't think it would blow the building up because it's just a barrel. I don't know. Does magic overcome walls?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, well, we have two. We have one for experiment and one for action.
Valoran, how big is this Solomon's guy's mouth?
I have to go to the messengers, and Valoran stands up and leaves.
Okay.
Rolly just goes back to the corner of the table and is drinking.
I could keep these if you want me to.
Yeah. I don't know. Do y'all want to split them? Do you just want both? I don't know, Rolly.
I think probably, Rolly and I are pretty strong. I think I'm stronger, though.
I mean, they're all pretty small. We could all carry one, right?
There's only two.
Oh, I thought there were four.
No. There's
Yeah,
two
I'll-
barrels, right?
I'll carry one.
Okay, so Rolly, you will take one. I will take one. And then in the heat of battle, we will find out who is better at throwing barrels.
And Jarek, are you keeping the pendant for now?
Yeah. If no one else has voiced a desire for it, then you need to go ahead and, I guess.
No, Rolly would definitely want you to have that. Just it would.
Yeah, you really seem like you need that. I mean, I could always take it, but I rush in, and sometimes it just seems like it doesn't matter how hard I try to get hit. They always miss me, and they just go straight to you.
Yeah, I'm not really happy about that one, Thor. I'm starting to think you're luckier than I am. But thank you, yeah.
Probably.
Guess you
Okay.
put it on.
Okay. Yeah, so a quick reminder of that. Twice a day, for 10 minutes at a time, you can summon forth a magical shield that, hands-free, will protect you from most damage, whatever damage, a shield would protect you from normally, which adds a +2 to your AC when active.
What should I call the barrel?
Mini sand barrel.
Is that just like a custom item?
I can put that together for you. I'll get you guys that set up. I'll do some homebrew stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, you said twice daily +2 AC for how long?
10 minutes at a time.
Okay, gotcha.
Whoa.
Okay. So, Valorant, you're heading back to the messaging service.
Yeah, I ride quickly to the messengers.
She is just closing the door, locking it, kind of like collecting herself. As she's turning around, you come up to greet her.
I'm Lord Athelvane. Someone was sent here with a message on my behalf. I need it back. Has it been sent yet?
No. It'll be sent out in the morning. I can get it for you if you'd like.
Yes, please.
One moment. Turns around, unlocks the door. Has a little goes inside. And you hear a few little rustling here and there, and then a little cawing and another fluttering of wings. Before she comes back out with the letter you had given Thor and gives it back to you. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to keep the copper for the inconvenience.
I don't care. And he snatches the letter and wheels around to leave.
Have a good day.
He's gone.
Okay. So
He'll go back to the tavern.
Okay. So as you guys are divvying out the goods, Valorant comes back again, returning the same way he did before, and you are all back together again.
So how was the post office?
I had to get my letter back.
Oh, were you sending a letter to your mom?
Yes, Thor, I was.
Yeah, probably a good idea you didn't send that. Ooh.
No, it's quite too late for that letter.
On the note of letters, considering that we sent Saren so the wait, no, wrong one. I'm sorry. What was his name?
Solomon.
Lord Solomon, the letter from the shelled guys, and we got horse shit and a letter from your mother back. I believe we told him to meet us in Southstone. Should we try and avoid that town now that it's probably going to end up hostile territory?
Mr. Jarrell, I don't think it matters. I think the message here, among other things, is that he entirely saw through it from the beginning. Also, I don't know if any of you have looked at that letter yet, but my mother's trying to tell me something.
She misses you and seems to be staying with Lord Solomon.
It's not
There
right.
seems to be a lot of misspellings with double letters.
Yes,
To
quite a
L's,
few.
to R's.
Very suspicious.
This isn't how she writes to me privately either.
Can I show it to Carl?
Sure.
Can he read it?
No.
Damn it. I was hoping that even though I can't read, Carl could read.
Nope. Carl cannot read.
I have to up Carl's intelligence.
I think, Jarrell, I think that you're right. We must return to Braun. We must drop off Jarrell. once we are back in Kraylin, I will respond to this letter that I'm on my way. That will buy us some time and allow us to finish with the Duke. I appreciate your willingness to accompany me.
Well, no offense, but whatever gets us the hell out of Kraylin is definitely worth it in my book. And I don't know about you lads, but I'd like to be away from Braun for a while.
I'd like to ask you three something. Where is Jarrell?
I think Jarek would flash eyes in a panic. And I don't think we mentioned bringing him in.
He is in the cart, as far as you guys are aware.
I would run out to the cart to go check on Adam and Jarrell.
Jarek would join you.
Oh, true. Adam's there.
So as you guys burst forth from the tavern, having stopped your cart outside of the tavern itself, using the stables there, running around the side of the building to the stables, it's like kind of attached to it. Your cart's kind of like partially sticking out from the thatch roof, and so Jarrell is kind of sat inside of the cart, legs like flat out straight, kind of hunched in his cloak that Valorant had put him on. Adam is sat across from him, cross-legged, kind of like leaning back over the edge of the cart, his gaze kind of up towards the roof. And you just hear like, I don't know why my father doesn't believe in me. Maybe it was that thing that I had with that lass when I was younger. You would think you would get over that. I mean, you would know. You're young. And then as he hears your guys' footsteps, he kind of like stirs himself, raises his head, looks over. He's like, are we ready to go? Are we ready to, are we departing? Yes?
Oh, Adam, thank God I forgot we had you with us.
Oh. I mean, that is my job.
Oh, yeah, no, of course, yeah, because I'm sure Braun would kill you if you failed in your mission. Great. Yeah, just keep an eye on Jarrell. Make sure he doesn't dry out. Maybe pour some water on or in him if you can, every once in a while.
Sir Jarek, it may not be my place. So, excuse me if I am overstepping, but this is still our lord. We should treat him with some respect.
Exactly. That's why you should keep him well hydrated and fed so he doesn't die. That's the first level of respect you give anyone, Adam. Any other questions or concerns?
Nope. I will feed him and hydrate him from my own personal rations.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's also, the horse troughs. No, that should be fine. Yeah, good job, Adam. Well done.
Thank you.
But yes, as we were discussing, Lord Valorant, he is right here safe with Adam. As we all knew.
That's just great. I feel so confident.
So should we hit the road soon?
Yes.
All right. Wow. Very excitable.
Did anyone pay our tab by any chance?
I'll just run back in.
Okay, it's gonna be 4 silver.
All right. I have 5, so I will give her 5 to get rid of all my silver.
Okay.
Just makes me feel better.
Okay.
I'll be like, thank you, Callie. You will be remembered.
Appreciate that.
And I'll leave.
Okay. So yes, Adam, after hearing the words of departure, leaps into action. You guys have noticed that with traveling with Adam, your speed and, ability to move quickly is greatly improved. You know, there is something to be said that Adam is putting forth his best effort every time you've seen him handling the horses in the cart and traveling in general. But he very much makes quick work of preparing for more travel, making sure, you know, Jarrell is set up against things so he doesn't fall over, and like kind of wetting his lips a little bit, getting the horses all pulled out and drawn out and back onto the road. And he finally hops up onto his seat and kind of gestures for everybody to gather so you can begin traveling. It is evening, and you guys have been traveling.
Just so it's known, I am keeping that note.
What, Valoran's letter?
Yes, because nobody really said they were keeping it.
Okay.
But
Oh yeah, we're not leaving without it. But
okay. Well, I mean, I didn't know if anybody said they were keeping it because we kind of just like threw it away on the table, and then we're like,
Well, no, I tossed it at Rolly for Rolly to read.
okay. Are you keeping it then? I just want to make sure somebody has it.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as one of us has it, because
Do
we're
I
gonna
have it
study
right now?
on the road back.
Because if I have it right now, I would fold it up neatly and hand it back to Valorant. It's not my note, so.
Okay. Valoran has the letter.
All right. I just wanted to make sure somebody had it, so that later this didn't come up and it turned out that it was a secret message that expires in 24 hours.
It self-destructs.
I would go ahead and prestidigitate the pouch and coin clean, and go ahead and keep those.
Okay.
You get 1 copper.
Well, it was more the pouch I wanted, so I can collect things.
Okay. So are you guys set forth to just get to Kraylin as fast as possible, or are there different things you want to do, things you're doing during traveling? What is this pace and all that kind of fun stuff?
Oh yeah, should we
Just
avoid?
I think we're just fast paced to Kraylin, right? Get this done and over with.
All I'm doing is studying the letter on the way whenever we stopped for camp.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd definitely be advocating for getting Jarrell home as quick as possible at this point.
Okay. Valorant, give me give me insight with advantage. Okay. So clearly you guys have discerned that the spelling mistakes is some sort of signal. But clearly after messing around with those letters, it is clear to you that the actual words that were misspelled are not the target, like aren't the words of the hidden message. It is potentially something else connected to them.
This is also, I think, what I noticed on my own is there's the extra letters except for one missing letter. That's what I found so far, if I haven't missed anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a L missing from Will.
So, I've talked briefly about this with a few of you. If a player is attempting to do a particular task over a long period of time, we can kind of facilitate succeeding in that in various different ways. So if the party is kind of hive mind attacking this throughout your journey, there's various different things I can give you. But also, I don't want to just give you guys the answer if you do want to mess with it personally and try and figure it out yourselves. So it's kind of up to you guys.
I'm good to try to puzzle it out. Maybe if we get stuck, we can insight or investigate our way to a hint or something, or
Okay.
or question an assumption.
Okay, works for me.
I can tell you I will not be much help.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I suck at these things.
I mean, I physically cannot read.
That's
I
not a
will
character
not.
trait. That's
But okay, so you guys are making your way to Kraylin. Let me get rid of the letter. Have you guys copied it down at all?
I posted it to the Discord.
Yeah, it's in the Discord.
Okay.
How do
good
you
stuff.
copy it, or just like type it out yourself? That's
No, I took a screenshot.
okay.
Okay.
Screenshots.
So you guys have made this journey before, and you've made it with Adam before. Are you guys pursuing the same kind of speed that you were doing coming up with Adam?
I'd say probably a little faster if we could.
Okay. We'll say you can make it in 5 days, but have a point of exhaustion at the end of it, or you can make it in 7 days without.
I'll take the point of exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
Yeah, whatever. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So 5 days with exhaustion. So
I mean, as long as everybody else is okay with that.
is there
Yeah.
anything else that you guys are doing before we get to Kraylin? Because it is 5 days.
Rolly, you had those medical books.
Yeah, I had been studying those, and I would study them for the trip while I was in the cart.
I would probably request to read whichever ones you're not currently working on, in an attempt to assist in my alchemical studies.
So the way that I was going to facilitate making these like a mechanical item, spend X amount of time reading through them, which we can discuss how long that is, maybe base it off of intelligence score, that kind of thing. But once you have read through them and still have them in your possession, it allows you to identify various herbs when you're out and about. Like when you go to investigate for X herb or whatever, it would facilitate maybe like a roll with advantage or something like that. That would kind of be the general idea of them. So it's up to you guys how you want to handle that, trade it off, that kind of thing.
Can I go see like where Buffy is?
Mm-hmm.
What Buffy's been doing?
Okay, we can do that.
Haven't status updated on that in a while.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys want to discuss the books further?
Yeah. There was like what, 3 or 4 books?
I think it was 4.
Then yeah, I guess I don't know how fast Rolly reads, but probably just try and swap books as needed.
Okay. Rolly, what is your intelligence modifier? Or not modifier, but score. And then Jarek, what's your score?
8.
I got a 10.
Okay. Rolly, you could probably finish reading them on this journey, this 5-day journey. Jarek, you'd probably get about halfway through them, roughly. So if you just
Fair
make
enough.
a note of taking the time to spend another 5 days going over them, you can finish reading the other half and then having the benefits of it. But yeah, Rolly, if you're ever investigating something and you have access to these books, whether they're on the cart, on your person, you're with Jarek, however you want to, figure that one out, you would have that advantage as well.
Okay.
Okay. But so Thor, you want to try and find Buffy? Give me a animal handling check real quick.
Okay. All right, only a -1. Come on, baby. Let's go.
Okay. So it's like 2.5 days since you guys have left Karun Vale. The kind of general routine of traveling kind of setting in. Getting up early, trudging with the horses, going as far as you can, setting aside just enough time to sleep to get back up, trudge some more, attempting to make it as quick of a journey as possible. Quick point of order before we get to this. Was there any particular things you're saying to do? I know you said you wanted to put one note in before him one day. But is there anything like particular you want to say? Any sort of back and forth you want to have, that kind of thing?
Do you need me to like 20 words or less it?
No,
Or
I
just,
mean like we can go along with the established of like this is what information I'm giving him each day, like responding to his stuff. If you want to just keep going with that.
I mean, do we have any questions for him?
So last time we had sort of talked about, Rolly had the idea of going to Bronze Shard, I think, to see if the experts there could help him.
But that got denied.
Did it?
Yes.
Well, yeah, the Duke said to come back to him as fast as possible. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I missed that part.
Yeah. I guess like if I could just kind of relay that like basically Jarrell is the same every time, and then if I
can like squeeze in a question about just like how like things are back there, or like how things are, if anything's going on with our town, just like general information that's like what should we be expecting when we get back?
Okay. Yeah. So
Am I gonna get bitch slapped? Right.
certainly one of the messages that would come through after X amount of back and forth, there would be a message along the lines of Jarrett's family has arrived. They are waiting.
Okay. I would relay this information to you.
If you have a chance, just tell him to kick that bitch of a that whore out of the city, and maybe give my daughter a nice room to sleep in or something.
JD, you're gonna have to send that message yourself. I can't. I can't call anybody a bitch that I've never met.
Oh God, she's gonna track me down. Okay, deal with it when I get there.
Have you paid your child support recently?
Have I paid my child? Has she? And I think at that point, Jarrett would actually go on like probably a 20-minute rant about betrayal, working hard as a sole proprietor of a business.
And Thor will make a mental note to never tell JD about his family again.
Okay. Yeah, so past that, anything else before we get to potentially Buffy?
Maybe I'll sprinkle little compliments to Adam in there, The efficiency. He's on it.
Okay.
Did we end up telling him about I imagine we filled him in on Novin, right?
With the messages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we discussed last time, you said like you would explain that Novin was dead, that you'd killed Novin. I don't think we got into any more particulars besides that.
I'd imagine we'd probably leave that for when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Because that seems like a conversation, not a just keep it to 20 words, okay?
And we have his body, right?
Yeah, which is holding up-ish.
Well, I can chill it with prestidigitation.
Just
Make
every 6 seconds.
Well, the actual effect, I think, lasts 10 minutes. 1 hour. So, yeah, every hour just kind of like... Ugh.
I would just let him know that we're bringing his body back.
Yeah.
Because, he's a necromancer guy, so we never know if he's going to come back or not somehow, some way.
I'll take note, Jarrett, that you are chilling his body on the way back.
1 foot at a time.
Well, I imagine if you had to choose, you would try and preserve his face the most, Jarrett.
Well, it's only an action to do it, so I could take a minute and probably, because it's 1 cubic foot is just...
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I'm not looking for a weekend at Novin style kind of shenanigans, but just keep it cool enough to not decompose.
Would the Duke have said anything about bringing the body back, or that's good?
Yeah, he basically would have been good.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't I don't want that.
It's exactly what he wants. It's a Trojan horse. It's the Novin horse.
That's kind of what I was thinking in the back of my mind. I was like, what if he just comes back and kills the Duke?
Oh shit, should we behead him or something?
How worried about this are we?
It was just a slight thing. It was just in the back of my mind, but since you brought it up.
Okay, because the reason I ask is after the first night of travel, if this is a concern that the party has, Valorant could maybe help with this.
You have manacles, right?
Well, they're on Jarrell right now.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He's not going anywhere.
Well,
but
here, no.
Well, what do you have?
So if you give him overnight to prepare, then he can perform a rite over Novin's remains and cast Gentle Repose.
Remind me what that does.
I am going to post it.
Okay.
That prevents resurrection or something, right?
It also prevents decay.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Jared,
Look at my dumbass trying to make it cold.
I like to imagine that like Jarek's in the cart, like casting the cold, and Valor's just like, no.
Valen's just like, just give me a day. I can do better.
Also, the duration is 10 days, so he'll be good even after we drop him off.
Okay, yeah. So we'll say we can hop back to Baron's Hollow, and you did that somewhere around that time.
Hey, wherever. I mean, he could have a couple days rot on him. He'll still be recognizable.
Okay.
There's no requirement that it be at any particular time.
Mm-hmm. Are you keeping the shackles on, Jarrell?
For now, yeah.
Okay.
I will remove them when we get to
I imagine as such, yeah.
Kraylin, because I don't need Braun to see Jarrell in them, but they're staying on until we get like just outside the city.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Daniel. Yes, as the kind of the monotony of travel continues on, you know, pushing your horse kind of to the limits in your mind, as well as you just staring at the road over and over and over again, trying to find any sort of entertainment as you travel. One afternoon, as the party's kind of settling in for the brief rest that you guys take each night, you decide to head off, kind of searching out for Buffy, having not really had any sort of having not interacted with him recently. As you make your way outside of the camp, or away from your companions, kind of off the main road and into a little bit of woodlands, where you previously had to stumble off for 10, 15 minutes, getting a fair distance away, you're really only walking for about like a minute or two before you hear the familiar like thump, thump, thump. And then as you kind of walk forward a little bit more towards the noise, you would see Buffy just kind of very slowly making his way towards you, head kind of swinging from side to side with each lumbering step.
Oh, you're still alive, thank goodness, Buffy. I was a little scared. I hadn't heard from you in a while. Yeah, I know. It's been crazy. So crazy. We fought like these super buff guys. Of course, I was still buffer, but and then we killed like this necromancer dude. He was kind of crazy.
As you were talking, Buffy like looks up and you see his eyes connecting with Carl, and he kind of like cocks his head to the side a little bit. And before you can really prepare, Buffy kind of like pushes up from the front legs, putting his paws like on either side of your shoulder, kind of standing up as tall as he can, like craning his neck forward to kind of sniff at Carl, who's still on your shoulder.
Well, Buffy. Okay, this is a little more personal than we've gotten before. This is Carl. He's a part of me, I think, is how it was explained to me. I don't know. I have to go back to the Dragon Wizard at some point, really figure out what he did to me.
As the nose gets like closer and closer to Carl, the kind of slightly wet nose of Buffy touches Carl, and as it does, you hear a and then Carl is shot off of your shoulder by the snort, kind of flying like a foot or two behind you before he's like hit into the shrubbery, and you like see the figure kind of running or moving around in the leaves trying to like get back up.
I'll be all right. But anyway, so what's up, Buffy? How you doing? How are things going,
Buffy kind of like pushes off of you and back down on the ground, kind of looking from side to side, and then kind of like leaning to the side to like look past you. Do an insight check real quick.
This is the stuff I'm great at. Oh, still only a -1. Let's go.
It's kind of difficult to tell what Buffy might be looking at. You assume maybe Carl behind you, but Buffy just like...
What, Carl? I mean, he was just a gift or a curse. I really should think about that. But he was kind of a gift, He's like a little servant thing that runs around. And he does things,
or semi-free. But what is up with you?
Buffy kind of like looks from side to side, like lifts a paw up, and you see there's like a little grub or something that's been like clinging to the bottom of his fur. There's like a
Same old, same old.
as you're having this interaction, Carl manages to finally get himself up, the weight of the messaging stone in his head kind of being a cumbersome task for him. And as he finally steps up, the vague connection that you really haven't heard throughout your adventure, where you initially heard Carl speaking to you more or less, you hear this like, ah, and you see the tiny figure of Carl like running by your feet and then begin like pounding on Buffy's leg.
But I didn't instruct him to do that.
No.
Carl, what are you doing?
Buffy just kind of looks down as this stick figure is still continuing like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like beating at the fur.
Buffy, I really don't know what's up with Carl. Can I like mentally command him to stop?
Yes.
And does he?
Yes. He
Okay.
like would kind of put his hands down, kind of look back up at you, and then just wait.
Carl, what are you doing? Why are you getting so aggressive? It's just,
He just
it
goes
was
at Buffy.
oh boy. Carl apparently does not like being blown off of my shoulder. But anyways, and I will basically just sit down and have a conversation with Buffy and go over things, get grunted at. Can I try to cast like speak with animals ritually? See what that does. It still does the same thing.
Give me a wisdom check.
Oh yeah. You just really love your
It's
wisdom
like
check.
pulling teeth with you whenever you're trying to figure something out. It's dark.
If you'd taken me along, I could have given you some inspiration.
So as you settle in to spend some time with Buffy, sitting cross-legged on the forest floor, kind of like opening yourself up to any possible insight that you may gain from Buffy, you don't get much. The familiar kind of droning noise when you cast Speak with Animals, the grunts, and the kind of like pushed aside mentality of Buffy. You spend a few hours with him and gaining really no more insight than you already had.
All right. Well, I imagine this. You said this is like halfway through.
Yes.
Then I will try to every day after. I am dedicated to figuring. I don't care if I get 2 points of exhaustion at the end of this. I don't care. I am figuring this out.
Okay. Well, quickly give me wisdom. Give me 2 rolls, which is wisdom with advantage, basically.
Okay, that I can do.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Did I? Damn it. Okay. Okay. So as you go to repeat this process every day, making your way out of the camp, into the wilderness, just enough to kind of get Buffy to you. The second night really doesn't prove much better, and the third night, when you're actually getting closer to Crail and seeing like familiar sights that you've traveled through, as you've kind of moved around this general area, you finally set aside the time, and you're in the right headspace, despite the fatigue that your body is feeling. Your mind is resolute on getting deeper into this mystical puzzle you kind of found yourself in. But eventually, after spending another few hours with Buffy, really trying to connect, like staring into the eyes of this animal and trying to see past them, as you cast Speak with Animals the third time on the third night, and really trying to connect, the buzzing noise that you've been kind of receiving each time you reach out is gone. You kind of have this like blank silence that responds, and it kind of catches you off guard, having been so used to the buzzing response. And after a few minutes, of hearing the silence coming back, you know, double checking your ritual work to make sure you actually had achieved the cast, you hear the faintest wisp of a voice, so quiet that you can't understand it. You can't discern the words being said, but it's there enough that you do hear it before your spell fades.
And do I like?
Give me an intelligence check.
Okay, yeah, yeah, of course. This is the easiest roll I've had all night. See, look at that. Boom, get rolled.
Hell yeah! Finally. It is a man's voice, and it has an odd accent to it that at first seems familiar, but you can't quite place until you put the pieces together and you kind of remind yourself using Valorant's accent that you have heard, you know, a fair bit at this point. And you realize that the voice, despite still not really being able to understand the words piece by piece, you gather kind of like the demeanor of it, the accent of it, the, you know, different kind of inflections that causes is distinctly folkish.
Okay. I mean, actually, have I been to folk?
Yeah, you'd have heard this accent before, and that's why you're able to place it, but your most recent exposure to it is Valorant.
Okay. Okay. I mean, like, I have ideas as to what that means. I don't know that my character would have ideas as to what that means.
Oh, that's up to you where you want to draw that line.
Well, I know that my dad is not, you know, whoever I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
So with the recent events of, you know, everybody bringing up that I'm half Goliath, I would kind of think about if that was my dad's voice.
Okay.
But like,
are you looking for an answer?
No, I'm just kind of like,
Okay.
This is just me mentally thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would, like, after mentally processing for a while, I would look back at Buffy and say, "Are you my dad?"
After all these weeks that you've experienced with Buffy, the moments that you've set aside to really try and connect with him, for the first time since any interaction, you distinctly see Buffy shake his head at you in response.
Like, shake his head, yes.
No, shake his head, no.
Then who are you? Are you a person?
I think that's about all you're gonna get.
Oh.
So, Jarek, facilitating your desire. Let's say, yeah, like the evening before you guys are going to reach Kraylin, the next day of travel is going to get you that last leg. As everyone's kind of, you know, settling down and Thor wanders off to go talk to some random animal in the woods, you remember the trinket that you had picked up at Double-Headed Sam's cave. That small silver band that had colored glass mosaics set into the side of them that kind of recreated various scenes that you're not quite familiar with, like with the actual scenes depict, but you know that they're nice enough to look at. So you pull that out of your bag and you kind of have it again, and go ahead and tell me what you want to do with it.
So, with the expectation of seeing his family, I think Jarek would probably, with a little bit of remorse and guilt, relive some of his memories. Is it a single memory that I can look up?
Yeah,
or
it's
am I
like a
able
single scene you can go back to.
Okay. Then it would probably be the last time frame that he spent with his daughter.
Okay.
Probably that day before that he burned the tavern down and left. Probably go through that.
Okay.
Partly to test it and to see how much it can do, and to also, you know, feel a little guilty.
Okay. Describe to me physically how you're using it. Like, are you, like, sat by a campfire? Are you still on your horse? Like, are you doing jumping jacks? Like...
So that night, Jarrett would probably bid everyone early evening bedtime, kind of head off, and then curl up in his blanket and bedroll and just kind of put the crown on his head. Unsure if that's the correct thing to do, but just... and then probably just start talking to himself, be like, I just want to see... Ah, shit, which one was it? We'll go with Dorna.
Okay.
Yeah. Just want to see Dorna again.
Okay.
My sweet baby girl.
So are you doing this in a way that the rest of the party just kind of thinks you're sleeping?
He'd try. I think Jarek would try and make it a little private.
You want to give me a deception check real quick?
Yeah, do I believe him?
Well, just to see if the party thinks there's anything off or something.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm going to incite him.
You're Jarek. You're not there, Thor.
Oh. I
You're
meant
with Buffy.
Oh, right. Never mind.
But, yeah, I mean, Jarek's hard to read at the best of times, so it's, yeah, par for the course. But, yeah, so you kind of slip away, put the crown on. As you pull it over your head, it's actually much bigger than your head, like maybe like a few inches larger in diameter. But as you pull it down, you feel it kind of secure itself, kind of shrink, and then, like, touch your skin and, like, snugly fit where the crown should rest. And, it makes your skin crawl just a little bit, like the goosebumps kind of pulling up, just like the weird sensation of this, like, magical metal kind of squeezing just ever so slightly around your skull. But as you kind of, like, get used to the feeling and huddle in and try and think as hard and as clearly as you can back to the memory that you kind of have envisioned in your head. You first see the glimpse of this, like, white light kind of coming into your vision, kind of like covering everything else, the dark forest around you, the sound of the crickets and the birds and the owls, kind of dying down as your attention's kind of brought into this new existence. And right when the white is about to, like, overcome your vision, it ceases. And then the same way the white kind of encroached, the black begins to encroach. And you feel all of your senses kind of blacked out, just full of void and nothingness, the pure silence kind of making your ears ring ever so slightly. But after what seems to be maybe a few minutes, to the best of your ability to kind of judge, you find yourself in a familiar black void that you haven't been in for some time, about a month or so. You find yourself, laid on your side, hands kind of beside you. As your eyes open up, and you see a familiar, fleshy globe coming out of the void with an eyeball set at the peak of this mound. The bright blue of it kind of moving around ever so slightly as it's staring down at you sleeping on the ground.
No. What? This isn't what I was trying to do.
As you speak, you hear coming from the void, welcome back, Jarek, welcome back. It's been some time.
Dog, what the... I wasn't trying to talk to you. Where's my daughter?
As you speak, the fleshy mound begins to kind of move forward until it's revealing the kind of large, jovial figure that you had met before. It's kind of soft, pleasant expression, kind of smiling down at you as he goes to rest his hands kind of on the swell of his stomach, the blue eye in his belly kind of rotating and looking around. He looks down and kind of tilts his head at you. Well, that's no way to greet a friend, Jarek.
Yeah, no, of course. I certainly appreciate everything you've done for me. I wouldn't want that to seem not the case. How was your time in my body? Hopefully you enjoyed whatever it was you got up to.
It was curious. I got to meet some people that knew you, and it seems that they had a better opinion of you than I did when we first met, Jarrell. Do you remember that day? That was quite some time ago at this point.
Yeah, and thanks for depositing me back into the ever wonderful company of that dick Chad.
Now, Jarrell, I do not allow such language in my realm.
Oh, I'm so that phallus Chad.
I think that he was rather pleasant, Jarrell. I think you may have a skewed opinion of the man.
Considering that he was, a big reason that my marriage vows were betrayed and torn asunder, I think I have a fair opinion.
Everyone faces their own problems and tribulations throughout their life, Jarrell, and some of us do not hold up to them as well as others, which I imagine you have some experience with. So I don't think that it is your job to depart judgment on how he handled these certain events. I seem to recall a few moments of you lusting after particular individuals that may or may not have been yours to lust after in the first place.
Well, yes, but it's a little different just looking and desiring versus taking both strong, bony hands around what you want straight in your workspace. That's, a little different. I never banged any of the other talented, villagers.
Well, I guess we shall give you a small round of applause for that, Jarrell, but I did want to have a small conversation with you, so it's apt that you showed up today.
Yeah, that's... And Jarrell just let out a kind of deflated sigh. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I haven't really talked to you in a while.
Well, I wanted to congratulate you, Jarrell, on shifting the demeanor that I found you wielded when we first met. It appears that you have attempted to change the course of your fate, whether that's just to facilitate my wrath being held off for the meantime, or a genuine change in your character. Either way, I think that it is worth complimenting your attempt.
Of course I'm trying to be a better person. I never just lie to a being such as yourself, considering you, and we'll just kind of do this to the big-ass eye in his stomach. You can see me and everything. I wouldn't try and lie to you about that. I maybe not, I haven't been the best about it, but I haven't killed anyone. I've saved a couple of people.
As you're talking, and he's kind of like, intently listening, but his eyes, divert, or the eyes on his head. You see him look down, and where he's kind of cupped his hands at the top of his belly, you see a small porcelain cup appear. And then ever so gently, this floating tea bag rests in it and kind of loops over the side of it. And he kind of shakes the cup ever so slightly and kind of begins to sip on it as he's listening to you speak. Just a little Go on, Jarrell.
Well, yeah. So, we did save some people. Unfortunately, our most recent endeavors, which I'm sure you've been watching, didn't quite turn out that well, but, we got half of them out of there.
As you bring up your most recent venture, he kind of peeks up a little bit, goes, Oh yes, you met Torodan. I remember that was quite a startle for me when that first occurred.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I may be blurring lines ever so slightly. You didn't meet Torodan, you met one of his servants, but more or less, it's your first interaction with his essence, for lack of a better word.
If you could maybe elaborate on just how potent his essence was, that would be great. How much essence are we talking here? Because was that his actual eye stuck in that guy?
Jarek, I like to hope that your level of wisdom and insight is deeper than you let on. What does your gut... I mean, he kind of like reaches out with a hand, kind of wiggles his belly a little bit. He goes, what does your gut tell you, Jarek? Do you think you just rubbed shoulders with Toradan himself?
From everything that's been mentioned, probably not. We weren't completely wiped out, and he sounds like he's stronger than you are. So probably not the full guy, but it looks like they're trying to piece him back together. Have you have you heard anything on your side of Tordan stirring around?
Jarek, do you remember me showing your future the first time that we met?
In every nightmare I have, yes.
Well, I'm glad that it took hold. I think you should still hold that close to your heart, but I've seen many things, and I see all things. I know that doesn't quite line up with your understanding with your realm, but I know how events will play out more or less if things are guided the proper way. So, to me, Toradon is already gone. We just have to make sure that fate is the one that we are on. So, as far as being concerned about his destructive power or his everlasting influence, I wouldn't trouble yourself with that.
Oh, thank goodness. Just kind of wipe a bunch of sweat, like a solid, I don't know, a few teaspoons worth of sweat. Just that's been weighing on me a little bit. Well, if that's the case, then I don't have to worry about that too much. That's good. I do need to thank you for your influence, and he'll jiggle his tattoo. It's been very helpful, and if there's anything that you need, please let me know. Because I have to say I've been enjoying the little wapow you shoot out of my belly whenever we're in danger.
Well, if only I could show you the true power I wield without having to vessel it through you, but I imagine you'll get more of a hint of that the longer that we are connected.
Good, yeah. No, I'll keep doing the good deeds, just like I believe you told me to, so...
Do you remember Mark, Jarek?
Mark?
Mark. You want an intelligence check, Jarek?
I would love to, because that... Mark. That is actually a 9.
Oh, okay. Makes it easy for me. You can't quite put your finger on it.
Doug, I'm so sorry, but Mark in particular, no. We've met a lot of people recently. May have been that farmer guy in the woods, or...
I remember there was a thought I saw you thinking one day about keeping a journal. It might be a good idea, Jarek. But yeah. Mark was the individual that you helped return to his home.
Oh, with the guy when we met the centaurs. Yeah.
I think you should pay him a visit at some point.
Ooh, okay. That's a little out of the ways, but...
There's no rush. There are more important things to handle. But just keep a note of that, Jarek.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I go see Mark somewhere near Tarmsworth. Go see him work. Somewhere near Okay, yeah, got it.
But I seem to understand that you were seeking out your daughter, a memory of her.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was just trying to test this thing out, and maybe relive a little something that once brought me joy.
As he's reaching, the cup that he was holding kind of vanishes into thin air, and then he reaches down and like grabs his belly, and as he does, he's beginning to start shaking it, which causes the eye inside of the belly button to start rolling and rotating. Different color irises like kind of flicking past your vision as he does, and as he continues to roll it, he goes, "Ah, yes, I remember that crown fondly." And as he says this, one of the eyes come through that is like a bright pink, and it settles on you, and before you can kind of take in what he's saying, you are lurched back into Thrice Tower, where you are with your daughter, and you kind of recollect over one of the cherished memories you have of her.
I think she would be helping set up the bar and cooking, and probably just like have some father-daughter talking time about how she's doing. Local village boys. Good bonding moment.
Yeah, so as far as handling this, like a memory outside of what we played through thus far, I can't really like give you more details, but you would gain a better understanding of the crown and what you can do. You're not able to leave like the immediate area that you come back to. Like if you're in a room or a tavern or like a small field or whatever, you probably have like 50 or 60 feet of space around you that your mind is kind of sealed off to re-access. And you're allowed to kind of move around that, see, around papers or posters that your mind may have only gotten like a quick flicker of, but now this crown kind of enhances to allow you to see it. But that's more or less what you can do with it. However you want to handle that with the memory before the game, that's kind of up to you.
Yeah, that's perfect. So yeah, Jarek would definitely test out the limitations. The knowledge of paper and markings would definitely be something he would take into account to make sure to pass on to the rest of the group. And yeah, that's perfect. And that succeeds with exactly what he was looking to do.
Okay. So you would, after you've kind of mentally decided that you're through with kind of reflecting back on the memory, that familiar kind of white encroaching feeling that you had when you initially put the crown on begins to kind of cover up the memory that you're in, kind of slowly smothering the face of your daughter away before you're left with just, this blank white space. And then it kind of pulls back away, almost like unveiling a window, where you're brought back to the campsite you guys had set up. Your best guess, kind of, looking up and glancing around, it's only been maybe like 10 minutes or so. They're still kind of unloading and getting their bedrolls set up and getting a fire started. So you really weren't gone long. There's definitely a time difference between the two existences, but you're brought back. So.
Okay, yeah. Jarek would probably just silently weep into his bedroll after all of that. And try and sleep if that's a possibility, but I think weeping would just be the...
Okay. Is this going to change any conversations before we get to Graylin? Like, do you want to reach out to anyone or have a conversation with anyone?
On the next day, I think, we'll probably, as they're about to head out, and hey guys, I took a little bit of time last night to test this out, and I guess it's still on. I'll try and pull it off.
Take it off.
Okay, yeah. So I tested this out, and a couple of bits of good news. It's pretty handy. If you want to take a look at anything, I think it might be worth it to look around Bronze Study. We can mostly read papers that were visible at the time we were there. Poke around a little bit. It is limited. And I might be reading too much into this, but I think, and he'll kind of scratch at his belly button, I think my esteemed benefactor is maybe the one who created this thing. So, yay.
A dog created the crown.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're gonna have to deal with him if you put it on, but hopefully not. But yeah, you can relive memories. It's okay. And you know,
Okay, JD.
I'm fine. It's fine. Just we got a lot waiting for us in Kraylin.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. That's something to get emotional about.
Rolly, you might be able to pull up memories of Bronze Shard if you so desire, or Valor, and maybe if you have a fond time with your family when you were a child. Thor, I'm sorry. I think everything has gone pretty terrible for you. But if there's a good memory, you could also remember it.
I'll keep that in mind, Jarrell. Thank you.
It's a little hurtful. I mean, you don't think I have any good memories?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were shunned by the rest of your clan for being, as we know now, a half-breed, so that sounds not the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, continue. Tell me how terrible my life is, JD, please.
Look, you got a lot going for you, Thor. I mean, look at those, pecs, and look how much you survive. I don't know, maybe some times with your mother. That might be good time spent.
Carl
How is
kind
that?
of reaches down and like a used car salesman like taps your biceps like
This baby has gone so many miles. I do have good memories, JD. I just don't often share them because you're right, I don't have very many. So I try to hold on to the ones that I do have. So I would like to use that crown at one point, but I think we have more important things to look at.
Well, that's great. If you could just get this the fuck off me, then, and Jarrell will kind of toss it over.
I mean, you probably don't want me going back. Because my plan was to, do something about, like, maybe in the Duke's office, see what's going on in there, see what we could read. But I can't read. So it's got to be one of you three. I don't think I can send Carl back. And he also, I don't think, can read.
You think we should do that before we get there, I suppose?
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
Can we use it more than once a day, or?
Just one.
singular person can use it once a day, yeah.
So he used it last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, so technically it would have been reset if this is the next day.
And how far are we from Kraylin?
Probably a couple hours. Like, it's early morning now, you probably get there just before noon.
Valoran, you're the most lordly of us. You might see something we might look over. Would you want to take a look at Duke Braun's study?
Why not?
Okay. So are you going to attempt to use the crown?
Yeah. Also, when is the exhaustion set in now, or would that be?
Yeah, I would say at this point it has.
Okay.
What does
yeah.
a level 1 exhaustion do? Just a quick reminder. It's like disadvantage on...
Ability
something.
checks and
Ability
saving
checks.
throws.
So like everything.
Yeah.
We'll just keep that in mind then. So,
All right.
we don't have to go through the whole like theatrical explanation of it since you're kind of using it for more of a sole purpose.
Right.
The only time you've been in Duke's office was the one time that you and Marcus were kind of brought into the conversation, told about Lord Jarrell's kidnapping. So that would be the time that you'd be going back on. So explain to me what you are attempting to do.
I think the only thing the only thing that would be revealing about that memory would be going around behind his desk and looking at what's on it.
Okay. Give me investigation, I guess, with disadvantage at this point. Oof. So probably having been in there the shortest period of time out of the whole group, the kind of subconscious of your mind had the least amount to kind of really go off of. And also the kind of distracting part of it is when you are brought back into Duke Braun's study or office, there's a familiar grizzled warrior to your left that you've recently lost touch with. So that's kind of drawing your attention here and there as you're trying to kind of focus on the task at hand. Moving around his desk, it seems like your mind kind of like got half glimpses at some of the things that you're trying to kind of focus in on. Blurry words, like upside down letters, different pieces of paper, kind of like half blank. It's difficult to really get like a good note. There is one scrap of paper that is kind of just barely sticking out of one of the drawers. It's kind of crumpled a little bit, like it kind of been forced out by the air as he was kind of quickly closing the drawer. What you can make out as it sticks out is ape is like kind of the last half of a word. Vine Manor. That's
Okay.
really the best thing you can gather from your attempt.
So he comes out of that and complains that he's really rather tired for this sort of thing. And shares the Grapevine Manor note.
Mm-hmm.
Would any of us recognize anything to do with 8 vines, grapevines, tape vines, grapevines?
Sounds
Jarek,
like a jungle.
give me a history check.
Yeah,
With disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is awful. I love it.
Exhaustion is a big problem.
Yeah. Man, I should play this more often.
How do I?
You can just roll it twice.
Yeah.
I think if you hit control or shift, it's
Oof. Piecing together that probably the word is Grapevine Manor, you kind of rack your head trying to get any idea of what that might mean. Maybe it kind of sort of edges it like the very edge of your mind, but you can't quite draw any information about it at the time being.
Would it be safe to say the only possible way I would be connected to a grapevine anything is maybe if I bought, alcohol from a grapevine, something.
I can't really give you more than that.
Okay. Apevine, probably it's grapevine. That's what your family did, right? Grow grapes.
Would I be able to, being as how I've got advantage on history checks having to do with alcohol, would that mean anything to me? Like, would it be worth me trying?
You throw me a history check. Let's see what I can give you.
And so it would just be a straight history check, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. The only reason that this kind of grabs your attention just slightly is the fact that you kind of genuinely know your alcohol and your wines and your ales, like kind of all throughout the immediate area around you, like Giles Kingdom, Folk Kingdom, a little bit of the Pruitt Empire. You know them all, especially when it comes to their alcohol. And there is a kind of a tidbit of information you picked up at some point that there is a notable location called Grapevine Manor, but the only reason you know about it or have remembered it is because it's named Grapevine Manor, but it doesn't produce wine or ale or grapes. So you know it exists, but only for that purpose.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Does he know where it exists?
You would know it's in Giles' kingdom, but that's probably about it.
Sweet. So, would I have encountered it anywhere?
No.
Would I have rated it?
I was thinking,
I was stretching with Rolly, because really, Jarek is probably the only one who has any sort of small thing about this.
I was more just wondering because I'm a well-traveled person.
No, yeah, you wouldn't know.
All right.
But yeah, okay. Anything else before you guys proceed?
Just ask me again once we get some sleep.
Yeah, maybe maybe one of you two, and I'll point at Jarek and Rolly, relive a moment, you know.
No. I'm good.
No, I mean like with the Duke, you know, in his office, because we were there multiple times. So, you know, there were multiple different things we could have noticed that we didn't or weren't able to.
Really, bud. I'm gonna beg of you. Let that be you.
I'm already out. I physically cannot read, okay? I'm working on it.
Yes, I'll give it a shot tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll take the crown and put it in my pack.
Okay. Okie dokie. So you guys are proceeding to Kraylin?
As we get close, Valoran suggests to the group, might we ask Braun to meet us outside the city? Perhaps with some of his more trusted guard, rather than parade Jarrell through town and take a chance on someone seeing him in his state.
Yes, and as for that state, he should be unshackled sooner than later. We don't want anyone seeing him bound.
I'll do it now.
Is this something I could, like, ask him?
You want a message?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Do you want me to, like...
Yep, let's hear it.
Duke Braun. Is there a more private entrance to your castle? Do I only have 9 left? Oh, shit. Don't know if Jarrell should be seen like this.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Very nice, sir.
I'll just say we did a cooperative effort. Because...
I would love to think that it is Thor speaking into it and Jarek's like sitting like right in front of him, like counting.
You know, I don't trust Carl, but it would greatly sadden Thor to see his head explode. So, Jarek will help.
Okay. So we'll say that you put forth that message in the morning. The response that you got, more or less, is already taken care of. Will be met outside of Kraylin.
You know, Lord Val, I think he likes your forethought, but he apparently has forethought your forethought, and will meet us outside the gates, is what he said.
I would have expected as much.
Yeah, dude's smart. Kind of crazy smart. A little too smart.
Some considerations for nobility are common across kingdoms.
Should I try and clean him up then?
Please.
Yeah, has
Okay.
he peed himself or anything?
I'm sure he has, but I was
Also,
saving
is-
you guys that description.
Also, is he, like, still in his armor?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure, like, we didn't just strip him of his armor and, like,
Okay.
Just covered him up.
Cool.
Then yeah, I will gladly take a couple of minutes to prestidigitate him clean.
I imagine when we're like closer to arriving, or are we like arriving right now?
You're on your way.
Okay, I just imagine like when we're closer to arriving.
Okay. So as you guys set off for the morning, going through your various tasks, you get maybe... Let me actually move the map because I have it in the wrong place. Okay. You get maybe an hour, maybe half an hour outside of Kraylin, just to the point where you're kind of getting glimpses of the skyline, the old castle that kind of sticks up above the older buildings, just getting glimpses of that as you kind of move around trees and up over small hills and whatnot. But as you're kind of trudging forward, the party as a whole, you spot a figure leaned up against a tree about, half a mile, quarter of a mile down the road from you. From what you can see where you're at, he seems to be appearing to be looking at you. Every so often you see his arm kind of reach up to his face and then back down. But you don't change anything. You guys will slowly be approaching him.
Oh, damn, it's Porter.
Is it Porter? Does it look like Porter?
It's gonna be Porter.
It's always Porter.
It's always Porter.
I think Jarek would have his crossbow across his lap, just waiting in case.
God, we're gonna fucking kill Porter one of these days.
Okay. So yes, as you guys grow closer, your cartwheel's squeaking, your horse is trudging forward. It's only another, minute or so before the familiar, handsome, attractive, reasonably well-endowed Porter. I don't know. I was trying to come up with compliments. Porter is leaned up against a tree just off the side of the road, and as you get closer, you can clearly see a very pleasant smile across his face as he is kind of working on an apple. As you guys are getting closer and closer, allowing you guys to kind of approach him before he actually comes up and talks to you.
Oh, Porter. Is that a new cod piece, or are you just happy to see us?
Hey, Porter.
Ah, my favorite friends. Welcome home. How was your travels?
Home is a strong word, but you know why we're here. We know why you're here. Let's be out of the public eye, I think, as quickly as possible.
Well, Jarek, if I recall from our time traveling together, your home went up in flames, for lack of a better term.
Shit, what happened to Corell?
Thor, it's great to see you home. How was your travels?
Porter, always good to see you. I still don't know what's wrong with them, but obviously didn't go at the best it could have, but we're back.
Indeed you are, and with rather important cargo to boot.
Very important cargo. So I discussed a little bit with Duke Braun, but what exactly is the plan we have going from here?
Well, I am going to lead you in a different direction, kind of maneuvering you off the main road, and we're going to slip you into one of our side entrances, and then very discreetly make our way through town.
Sounds good to me.
Well, that is why it's the Duke's plan.
Do we need to he's got pretty shiny armor. Do we need to cover him up at all?
Well,
He's already covered up.
Yeah, he kind of looks past you to the kind of covered up small figure that's in the back of your cart. Seems that someone's already taken care of that, Thor, but I'm glad you're still quick on the uptake.
Yeah, I thought I'm just really tired.
He then turns his attention to Lord Valor, and he's like, "My lord, I'm sorry that we could not blast the trumpets for your arrival, but we must be rather delicate about this."
And quick. Let's keep moving.
That sunny disposition I miss so much. Where is that the old man you traveled with, the grumpy one?
Say no more.
Shut the fuck up and move along now.
you try and do a good job, and this is what you get. Just try and be friendly. And so he kind of moves away from his tree and up to Adam. He kind of kind of stepping up a little bit to where Adam is sat at the front of the cart. Kind of nods his head to him. He's like, just yeah, and steps back down and begins kind of walking off, taking another bite of his apple before kind of discarding the rest of it off the side of the road. But if you guys, aren't going to discuss anything further, he's just going to kind of lead you off the main road, parking the cart somewhere, and then using one of the horses, kind of guiding Jarrell to a more discreet entrance to Kraylin, sliding in.
I don't want to waste your guys' time, but I would like to insight check that apple.
Okay.
Yeah, well, just in case it's like a magical apple. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't trust Porter.
Insight
White
the apple
or-
with disadvantage. I really don't get why you guys don't like porter. Nice.
And both
Yes.
a nat 1. Okay.
You
a nat
know,
1 and a nat 20.
yeah.
And that one and a
That's
nat 20.
crazy.
That's the ultimate disadvantage roll.
There's always a balance.
When you take a moment to really focus in on the apple, for a second, you wonder if there really was an apple. Is there any way to really know for sure?
Fuck is this guy? My suspicion grows.
Okay. But yes.
Suspicious Homer.
You guys are, let off the main road. Jarrell is on the way from the cart. Adam is tasked to stay with the cart as you guys kind of come with Porter, informing you that, obviously the Duke wants you with Lord Jarrell when he arrives. You're led off the main road, kind of through kind of the outskirt buildings outside the main wall of Kraylin, down to where the river meets the wall up on the northern part. Let me go ahead and switch you guys back over to this. But yeah, you're kind of guided to where the river and the wall meet at the north side of Kraylin, where you're kind of slipped into a small gate set into the wall, a smaller gate for one person, like a sally gate, I think is what they're called. And then you're led through the various kind of back roads of Kraylin to the smaller northern bridge that connects Lowtown and Hightown, and then kind of through the nice manors that fill that area of Kraylin towards the old, well-standing castle that you guys are familiar with at this point. Is there anything you guys are doing before you are led into the castle?
How do the repairs look? How is that? It's been a week-ish, right?
It's been 10 days, I think, something close to that, a little more than that maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still underway, some of them being finished, the kind of smaller repairs being done. You don't see a lot of Lowtown, which is where most of the damage took place. You're kind of skipping over the majority of the more damaged part of town, so it's hard for you to really gauge completely. But, from what you can see, it's going.
I'd go up next to Jarek and hand my flask over to him kind of discreetly. And
Would you like a little nip before we're thrown in prison again?
I hope you don't mind, Rolly, but it's going to be a bit more than a nip. And a hearty swallow without too much depletion. Thank you, Rolly.
My pleasure.
Just pass that back on. Okay, oh god, I hope he doesn't kill us again. Or I hope he does not kill us.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So you guys are, whisked through the gates. No one asking questions, no guards stopping you, no one really even looking in your direction, more or less, making a pretty swift and discreet traverse from the walls to the castle. As you are brought into the courtyard, Rolly, give me perception, but you have disadvantage because of exhaustion.
ah, man, that was an 18, and then it rolled over to a 2.
Mm-hmm. as you're coming in, like, you look around a little bit, but you're kind of like warrior sense is definitely dull at this point from the amount of traveling you've done. Kind of stumbling over a rock real quick, catching yourself, kind of shaking yourself awake a little bit more as you just kind of continue forward. But you guys are brought up to the main doors that lead into like the grand entrance hall that you're familiar with. Porter stopping just in front of it, kind of grabbing both handles of the double door before he kind of like looks over his shoulder at you. It's like, well, boys, I imagine this will be an abundance of fun.
Are we like okay, or are we gonna like end up like beer mime, or?
I don't think you're gonna end up like Beer Mime, Thor. I mean, you did what you were asked, and that's really all us working men can do.
All right, just try not to die out here.
Well, I'm fine.
I mean, I haven't come close yet. I mean, JD always on the brink of death. Whether that be from a heart attack, which is probably pretty common.
Thor, Porter doesn't need to hear about that.
I mean, I care for the health of all my friends, Jarek.
Yeah. Thank you, Porter. With friends like these.
Well, best of luck to you all. And he kind of like gives the doors like a kind of hard shove, which they're pretty heavy doors, but they're going to kind of creak open wider and wider, revealing the interior. They don't open all the way, but most of the way, definitely enough for you guys to kind of easily move through. But as he gives it a push, he like kind of bows his head to all of you very quickly and kind of makes his way away from the door. As the doors are kind of swinging open, where you would normally see the kind of servants arming either side of the walls, kind of periodically standing every so often down the Great Hall. It's now empty, devoid of any servants. And all you see is Duke Braun and Clifford standing maybe about 30 or 40 feet deep into the Great Hall itself. Clifford, very elegantly still, hands clasped in his sleeves, cool gaze, kind of looking over the doors as they open. Duke Braun, from what you remember, what you've seen of him previously, he seems to have shrunk a little bit. He's kind of hunched over a little bit. He has a cane in his hand that he's kind of leaning on ever so slightly. That disheveled look that you had seen previously when he had set you guys off to go save Lord Jarrell is still there. The bags under his eyes. It just looks extremely tired, like a two-term president. Yeah, that's the scene that you guys are kind of opened into. It's just you and Lord Jarrell. Adam is gone at this point. Lord Jarrell's still covered up by the cloak without shackles, as far as I remember. But yeah, it's up to you guys how you want to proceed.
Is he standing?
Jarrell?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Duke Braun, here is your son. Thor, here, help me carry him, or lead him over.
Okay, yeah. I'll like gingerly grab a hand because I don't want to die. And just like slowly kind of, I guess he's kind of catatonic, so I would like drag him along step by step.
He more or less like walks when leaded or led.
Yeah.
Disorientated.
Okay, yeah. I'll just kind of lead him over. I guess with JD.
Yeah, and then present him to Duke Braun.
As you guys enter in, Porter kind of appears behind. I'm assuming Rolly and Valen are stepping in as well.
Yeah.
As you all kind of make your way past the threshold of the door, Porter kind of reappears behind you for just a brief moment, grabbing the doors and kind of slowly closing them behind you. You hear the old wood shudder and latch as they kind of rest into each other, leaving you guys completely alone in the Great Hall, which is a rather eerie feeling with the kind of spatial interior that this castle has to offer. It's almost like a spooky kind of old vampire movie vibe, as the silence kind of just continues to fill the room. But Jarek and Thor, as you bring Jarrell forward, him kind of taking these like loose, kind of disjointed, plodding steps, he's guided. When you're about 10 or so feet away from Duke Braun, at this point, you can clearly kind of see his expression, his demeanor, his cool eyes staring dead ahead at the figure still in the cloak, and he lifts the hand that isn't holding the cane up in like kind of like a stopping signal, just silently kind of still looking at Jarrell.
I would immediately stop.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he kind of like gives you this little like waving hand motion to kind of move.
Already on it, boss. I'm backing away.
Okay. So as you move away, leaving Jarrell to himself, who, as he's standing there, just like ever so slightly kind of like sways a little bit, just like very slightly back and forth. Clifford, at this point, has made real no change in expression. He's this half pleasant, but almost fake in appearance, that kind of like political smile people would put on in a situation such as this. But he just kind of has that on as he's, watching things play out. But as you guys step away, you see Duke Braun's expression kind of shift a little bit. He kind of repostures himself, trying to stand up as tall as he can, kind of having to like push down on the cane a little bit to straighten his back. And as he finally stands up tall, he clears his throat and Lord Jarrell, come here. His voice kind of ringing out in the empty space as Lord Jarrell continues just kind of swaying slightly back and forth. You see the slightest flicker of the muscles of Duke Braun's face kind of just twitching and pulling as he's kind of forcing this kind of stoic expression. Son. Lord Jarrell. Come here. Again, the voice kind of fading off into the distance. You see a distinct slip in the mask that Duke Braun has on as this deep, kind of almost wet, teary-eyed look of sorrow kind of takes over, bowing his head a little bit, kind of taking a moment in private to try and collect himself before he like clears his throat, straightens back up again, and then looks directly past Lord Jarrell at the party, kind of, in various spots in the room, moving his eyes from one member to the next, nodding his head at each. I want to thank you all for returning our Lord home.
If it is any consolation, we do have Novin's corpse in the wagon with us. Whatever use it may be to you.
You hear him gulp, kind of holding his composure for a moment. There is much to discuss, but I think that is for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty beat. We tried to get him here as fast as we could.
Perhaps by your leave, Duke Braun.
Duke Braun, before we go, I would have stopped at Braunshard had you allowed it, but you need to have your men of faith, healers and clerics look at him immediately. Somebody more powerful than me. I was unable to dent whatever has been done to him, but I feel that someone who is knowledgeable in dealing with more powerful magic might be able to have a chance at dispelling whatever's been laid upon Lord Jarrell. But I would recommend he go there immediately.
That is precisely what I have planned, Master Rowley, and if they have any questions about the going on of what you found or symptoms he is showcasing, then I will make sure that they have access to you, if that is okay.
I'm at your disposal, Lord.
I will offer to put you up in the castle. If you do not want that, you may make your own accords. But I'm going to leave now. I thank you all again. He takes his steps forward with his cane. His movement's pretty slow at this point, putting an arm around his son and kind of gingerly beginning to lead him, not used to having to move at his speed, kind of pulling him, this kind of awkward moment of them trying to shuffle forward, before he kind of finds a rhythm with him. And as they kind of move up towards the staircase, they kind of cuddle together as one, as you see father kind of leading son away, where Clifford, making sure they kind of start making their way out of the room, he then kind of steps forward and addresses you all, kind of giving you all a very nice, slow and polite nod. Well, welcome back to Castle Kraylin. I hope that it would be under better terms than we find ourselves in today.
Better, yes, but without hope, no.
I would like to express that the Duke is dealing with some heavy emotions currently, and he did not want that to cloud any sort of judgment that he would make upon you all. I stressed to him that you have all put forth your best effort in any sort of task he set you upon, and he didn't want that to cause any problems there. So meeting tomorrow is for the best.
I hope he would have leniency, considering we were dealing with an agent of some dark god.
Yes, I don't quite know what that entails, so I don't really know how to relate. The dark gods that I deal with usually go by my lord, so...
Fair enough.
We probably aren't in the best talking condition either. We're pretty beat.
Yes, as the Duke said, you are very welcome to stay here, and I would facilitate any sort of arrangements that you may desire, any sort of food or bedding that you may need. But I would understand if you would not want to stay under this roof tonight.
I think it would be Personally, I would be fine staying under the roof.
I would be totally fine. The least amount that I can walk to a bed is preferable.
Before I forget, Lord Jarrell, your family got in touch with us a few days ago. They are currently staying in town and are very eager to see you again. They seemed rather misinformed on your current state of living.
Yeah, I keep hearing that a lot.
Would you like me to send for them? We can bring them up to the castle if you'd like.
Where are they now? Do you know?
I do not know personally. I'd have to ask one of my servants, but I can get that for you if you'd like.
And just pinches the bridge of his nose. No, if you want to bring him up here, that's fine.
I will certainly make that happen. Will they be staying with you?
No. My daughter can, but tell that bitch she can find her own lodgings.
I will make arrangements then, Jarrell.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Master Rolly, are you too weary from travel for a bacon sandwich?
There is no such thing, as a matter of fact. It's been known that bacon is a restorative of sorts. The more bacon, the better the bush. I don't know. I never heard of that, actually. But yes, more bacon, please.
Well, there are certainly more pressing matters, but our chef wants to have a word with you about your bacon sandwiches, but I will put one in and have it sent up to your room.
Two, if it's no problem. One for now, one for midnight to keep me company on the toilet.
Certainly. Lord Valoran, it is always a pleasure to see you, and I know the Duke has much to discuss with you tomorrow.
I'm grateful for his hospitality, especially under the circumstances.
Yes. For what it's worth, I know that Lord Jarrell was quite the troublemaker and certainly made mistakes, but I have watched him grow up since he was a small lad, and it It's not easy seeing him in such a state.
I don't believe he deserved this.
He's not dead, you all. He's simply under an influence. What can be done can be undone. But a lot of it has to do with your attitudes around him.
I don't follow, Rolly. We don't have the power to help him.
Yes, but you certainly have the power to harm him if all he ever sees is a bunch of morose bastards all sorry about what he looks like. Who knows what he can see or discern from in there? Give him something that makes it, that part of him that might be there happy.
Well, your wisdom, Master Rolly, is always appreciated as a man of faith.
I'm team we can save him. I may have given a portion of my soul away, but I'm still good.
If I could have whatever is available in the kitchen in whatever quarters I'm assigned, that would be more than suitable.
Bring him some bacon sandwiches. He'll love them. You'll love them. They're quite delicious. They peppered around the edges. It's remarkable, actually.
Should we all just have bacon sandwiches? I don't know. Is the cook going to get mad at us?
You see the kind of like fake smile that Clifford had been wielding shows a little bit of genuine smirk at this point, as he kind of like takes a moment to kind of calm himself down before coming back up. Despite my attempts to persuade him otherwise, the chef does feel that it is beneath him to create abominations, I think is what he put it as, but he certainly will not refuse if I ask for a round of bacon sandwiches.
A round of bacon sandwiches it will be.
Yeah, just, maybe one or two for each of us.
I will certainly get that started, and I will make sure your rooms are set up. I appreciate everything that you companions have done thus far, even if there are drawbacks to be dealt with.
I didn't hear Braun mention it. Forgive me if I'm unaware. The body of that creature is still on the cart with the Duke's other man. It's probably best that it be stored somewhere.
I will take care of it. We will be sending out for Adam here shortly. The Duke made me aware that Adam received some compliments, and I would like to accept them if that was the case.
He did his job.
Yeah. He did ask some questions, though.
Nothing
But-
untoward. He was quite a pleasure to travel with.
Yes, he did. He did do a really good job at getting us there and back quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we got back pretty freaking fast.
Well, when there's the whip of Duke Braun, everything moves fast, I've learned.
Yup, we definitely did.
Well, Valoran, Lord Valoran, my apologies. If I could speak to you alone for a moment, if I get you all sent up to your rooms.
Very well.
So Clifford kind of looks over and does a little and you see a bunch of various servants coming from a nearby door, kind of at the end of the hallway. Harriet being one of them that you recognize. But they all come and more or less, gather the three of you, leading you up towards the bedrooms that you guys had stayed at previously.
Did we pass by the waiting room?
You've passed it at this point.
Okay. And did I notice the furniture is still
Door is
displaced?
closed.
What?
The door is closed.
Damn. Okay.
Okay, so you guys are gonna go up to your room?
Yo.
Okay, we'll accept Valoran. But yes, as Valoran, you are left in the room alone with Clifford, the servants leading your companions up the stairs. He comes to you and kind of lowers his voice a little bit. I have been made aware that there were problems at Baron's Hollow.
I should say so.
And I do not want to make assumptions, Lord Valoran, so please inform me if some of my thoughts may be incorrect, but your group is one companion lighter, last time I counted.
We are.
And the town of Baron's Hollow is light a few souls as well.
Sorrowfully, yes.
So it is my understanding that your late companion suffered the same fate of the poor, poor souls at Baron's Hollow.
He didn't make it out of the butcher hole alive.
That is, what I understand at the very least, and I want to express my condolences. I don't quite know how close you were, but he was a servant of your household, and I hold servants in high regard.
He has been missed.
Well, the Duke will express interest about the Butcher's Hole tomorrow, I'm sure, and I think that it is in everybody's best interest that we move forward with this understanding.
I would expect nothing else.
Well, I am glad to see you safe and returned. I hope that you have a good night. I will have the servants lead you back up to your room now.
Thank you.
Good night, my lord.
Good night.
He then waves like the last servant that was kind of kicking around, leads you up. If you guys aren't doing anything else, you're led to your room. You provided bacon sandwiches aplenty. Jarrell, you are given your own room, where Rolly, Valor, and Thor, you are given another room. Jarrell, you distinctly notice that there are multiple beds in this room. But yes, if there's anything you guys want to do at this time, sleep, do something, talk about something, it's up to you.
For the sake of exhaustion, I think Jarrell would just plop down on that bed face first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would probably fall asleep about half sandwich.
Okay.
Valoran makes an attempt, sort of haltingly attempting to smoke that pipe one more time.
Okay.
Would I have noticed him doing that before I fell asleep?
I imagine so.
Yeah, he's not hiding it.
Is he screwing it up?
Is he?
It's more like he can't decide whether or not he likes it. He just kind of takes a puff and then looks at it, kind of shakes his head, and takes another one.
Don't nibble on it. You've got to commit. Full breaths of smoke. Don't inhale.
And he looks at he's looked at the letter every day, and he looks at it again tonight, and then eats and goes to sleep.
Okay.
I like to imagine that while he's like smoking, Carl's just sitting there watching him, like he's on top of me.
Like Vietnam flashbacks. Okay. So yes, you all find your way to sleep. It's only noon at this point, but you all are very exhausted, so it's quick to find sleep. Jarrell, you're probably asleep maybe an hour, maybe probably two, before you hear a light knock on the door.
No, I don't want any more bacon sandwiches. Thank you.
Oh, honey bun, it's me.
Sorry.
I see why you married her, Jarrell.
Oh my god.
The honey voiced laugh.
Okay.
You killed Valoran.
Valor has left the campaign. This is the last straw.
Oh my god. Okay. I think Jarrell would bolt right up, under his breath, be like, "Oh fuck, yeah, come in."
So the door burst forth, and Jarek, you are revealed the very, very familiar but long gone sight of your wife. You know, a rather moderately sized woman, you know, very well done hair, you know, fair complexion, you know, kind of soft face, you know, not horrible to look at, but definitely nothing, you know, extraordinary. But she is beaming from ear to ear, and there is already fresh tears kind of clinging to the tops of her cheeks as she kind of pushes the door open wide, and she comes rushing in. She is dressed in clothing that you're not familiar seeing her in. Generally, you would see her in this kind of like, you know, apron, tavern, you know, like working girl kind of aesthetic for the times. But she has very much put forth the effort to present higher class than she is. Not quite sure where she acquired it, but she's dressed in this kind of like light pink, almost flowing dress with a lot of white frills kind of at the edges of it. Her hair is like done up much more elegantly than you'd ever really seen before. But she comes rushing in, her arms out wide. She's like, "Oh my God! Oh, you're alive! Oh, you're alive, my sweet honey bun!"
No. Where is Dorna? Is Dorna behind her?
So as she comes rushing in, you see Lorna and Jorna standing side by side just outside the door, being an odd concoction of features from your wife and you. Lorna getting out relatively unscathed, but Jorna not really being a looker in any department. But they are stood back watching the interaction. Both of them looking very emotionally conflicted. Not quite sure to feel happy, sad, angry. They're kind of taking it all in at the moment as your wife is very rapidly approaching you.
Okay. Jarek would get himself out of bed, and as soon as Hlasky is close, he's just going to kind of like shove her to the side and then go towards his daughters. And not even a word, not a single word, just move her to the side, go towards his daughters, and be like, "Oh, my babies, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to have put you through this. I know I hurt you, and I'm just so happy to see you again," and start crying a little bit.
So as your wife is rushing towards the, "Oh God!" and she kind of stumbles, falling to the side onto the floor, like looking bewildered up at you as you move right past her towards your daughters. Both of them looking equally surprised at the kind of violent dismissal of their mother. As you pour your heart out, they just seem to be in shock, more or less. Just mouths kind of agape, fingers kind of frozen at their side as they just see, you know, their father back from the dead for the first time. Yeah, they're just kind of stuck.
Embrace him in a big old Jarek hug, full arms. Let me think. It was Lorna's husband that died.
Yeah,
Porter. Yeah. Offered condolences, deepest sympathies. Just oh my baby girls, how have you been? Just trying, just an outpouring of emotion.
As you hear your wife struggling to get up off the ground with her rather overdone apparel, a little bit of like rocking and rolling and kind of having to shift around on her elbows. After a few moments, after you embrace your daughters, you feel their hands very gently kind of reaching around to return the hug. Like gingerly at first, and then kind of like a deeper, pull as they kind of like embrace you in a loving way. This kind of like long, deep, lingering loss kind of pulled off of their shoulders. We'll kind of hand wave it a little bit as you kind of begin to get them to like start speaking. a few tears coming from them as well, taking after their father in that regard, especially when Porter's name is mentioned. After a while, your wife does regain her footing, kind of coming up behind, being like, "Oh, baby, you're always such a joker," and kind of like hugging you from behind, kind of like forcing her way into the situation. But more or less, they're gonna ask you how you're doing, tell you about the tales that they've heard about you, how you're a hero of Jarrell when you're in the Duke's palace, and kind of throwing stories back and forth, asking questions, trying to gather, why you were gone and, why you left him and why you're here and that kind of thing.
I think Jarek would just be like, and kind of looked backwards at his wife and, babies, can y'all maybe go talk to some of my companions while I talk to your mother for a minute. They're just down the hall, that next door on the left.
But Father, we haven't seen you in ages. Why would we go talk to your companions?
Because the words I have with your mother are not going to be ones I want y'all listening to.
All right. So they would leave and go and knock on the door. Whether or not you guys hear that, you can decide. It's up to you guys.
I think Carl would wake me up. Just slap me on the face with both his hands.
Yeah, so
I'll probably wake up.
Okay, so there's a light tap on the other side of the party's door. Valorant, you're kind of being pulled vaguely from just starting to kind of get into the deeper sleep. Thor, you were just woken up. It's like slap, 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 clack, 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 clack.
Carl, what is it? What is it?
He just points at the door, and you hear a little like,
What's going on?
Oh no, this is our death sentence. You're not rolling. You were really my favorite person on this team. I'm just gonna say it. Okay.
Yeah, right back at you, Thor.
I'll go to the door.
Yeah, no, I was gonna be getting up to go to the door, but
Okay, so Valorant, as you open the door, you see this hideous young woman next to a rather average-looking one. Both of them, eyes are red, fresh tear stains on their cheeks, looking kind of confused and lost to some extent. As you open the door, the ugly one looks up at you and is like, "You know my father?"
Am I your father?
No, our father is Jarrell Tissel.
Oh, yes, I see the resemblance now. You've got his shiny eyes. It's beautiful. Come inside.
What? No. It's
Go outside.
wait. Hold on.
this, Mr.
Yeah.
Broly. This is. We're in the Duke's home, and these are our sleeping quarters. We can't invite Jarek's 2 daughters in here with us. We have to go to a sitting room, of course.
I know a pretty good lobby that we can sit and talk in.
Also, I need clothing. We'll be right with you, ladies.
Clothing. I'll show you where the room is, because I probably just sleep in whatever I wear.
Mm.
Don't you just wear basically underwear anyway?
Yeah, exactly.
basically.
So I will lead them down to wherever the conversation room would be, and I will check the furniture.
It is back in the original position that you saw when you first came to Kraylin.
I'm changing it.
Give me
I
an
would
investigation check.
offer the big girl a bacon sandwich.
She readily accepts, kind of nibbling on it as you guys go.
You said an investigation check?
Yes.
Fucking shit. Where's investigation?
Okay, you notice nothing.
Can I do an insight check to see if Jarek's daughters are romantically inclined towards me?
Roll to seduce. Well, one of them is a widow, so.
Oh shit. Which one, though?
The one that more resembles Jarek seems her eyes linger on you more than they should.
Oh boy. I guess we'll just, distract them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll introduce them to Carl.
Okay. So you guys bring them down to the sitting room and regale them with whatever questions they ask.
Yeah. Whatever they want to know.
We'll do our best to make Jarek the star of the show.
I don't.
I would.
Roll deception. Valorant, are you joining them?
Yeah, but I don't regale them with tales. I'm just polite.
Okay. So, Jarek, you hear the sound of your daughters kind of moving down the hallway and then a bigger group moving the other way, but you are left alone in the room with your wife at this point.
At that point, extract himself from her vice grips and just kind of gently push her away. Take a second to breathe to himself, and then just the thought of that memory of her getting plowed like a field by Chad Ironwood just broils up in his mind, and he can't take it anymore, and he's just like, "You filthy whore, how dare you act like you care about me after you tore my heart straight from my chest."
Roll intimidation.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you haven't slept yet.
You? Oh.
Okay. Some of your words come out a bit more slurry than you would like, kind of dulling the edge of your outburst, but the general idea of it gets across as your wife's face kind of like shrinks. She like brings her hands together, kind of clutching them like right in front of her chest, kind of kneading her fingers together, looking up at you. Her cheeks kind of glow a little bit red as you mention that fateful night. I didn't know that you saw. I didn't mean no harm, honey bun.
The fuck does that even mean? Didn't think I saw. Meant no harm. Dear God, this puts everything into question about us. I mean, Hella, we were married at such a young age. Are those even my daughters?
Well, if they came from Chad, they certainly wouldn't look that way, hun. They are your daughters. We've raised 3 children together, Jarek. Isn't that worth some?
They are worth something. They are what got me up every day to serve those ungrateful bastards.
Those are all your friends. Everybody in Thrash Tower loved you, Jarek.
Well, almost everybody. And just get that pointed glare directly at her.
You see her gaze kind of go downcast for a second. Her fiddling kind of stopping is like her whole figure seems to kind of soften. And you hear her voice come back much quieter than it was before. Jarek, I know I did you wrong. And I know that I can't ever fix what I did to you, hun. I'm sorry. I don't know that's not going to fix anything, but for the sake of our daughters, it's best that we can at least communicate, even if you do hate me.
Jarek will get close. Trying to be upset, he's tired. Those are my babies. I love them with every ounce of my heart. You used to have that, but not anymore. If you want love, you've already got it. Fucking Chad.
Darling, it wasn't worth it. If that's any recollection. Not recollection. Reconcile. Whatever the fucking word I'm looking for. Consolation. That's the word I'm looking for.
That's not the point. But you know what? I left you with every ounce of my love left for you. And you can go back to that burned down hovel that it is now. That's where you belong. I'll take the girls. We have a new town. They can be safe there.
I know that you think that what you've done is justified, but I'd like to remind you, Jarrell, that you let your daughters believe that you died in a fire. And that's something that they're never going to recover from. So despite the hurt that I've caused you, you should know that you're a coward. And you'll always be a coward.
Shame just fills his face on that one. That one is fair. I know what I've done. I never meant to hurt them, but how could I know, Hela? How could I know? I don't know how long you two were together. I don't know how many years I was lied to. I couldn't take it anymore. 40 years. 40 years of running that tavern.
You know,
All for nothing.
it's not worth getting into. But I will say this, Jarrell. The man I married slowly died in that tavern. And I watched him wither away. And one day when I decided that he was no longer there, I saw company. I did. I was weak. I gave in. And I was hoping that when I heard that my honey bun was called a hero, I was hoping he'd be a man again. But I guess I was wrong.
Nathan, I'm going to apologize for this in advance.
Okay.
So, to be clear,
Oh no.
she is all done up,
Oh no.
looking as
Well, how does
spiffy as she
Shadow
can, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay. This has been a very emotional time frame. God, I hate to say this. So Jarrell has moved, both in a positively passionate way and a negatively passionate way. A
Okay.
lot of anger, a lot of, how dare you? I'll show you, who's the hero, who's the man.
Is this a fade to black scene?
I think that would be what it would end up with, some very angry fade to black scene.
I think that's fitting.
And, if maybe some furniture could be broken in the process, food splattered across the wall or like across the floor.
Do you
Things
shoot a
just get
guiding
knocked
bolt out of your
around.
belly?
Bro, look at Jesus' face.
The twists, the turns, the drama, the depth.
And, there'd probably be something weird that happens with the tattoo just because.
Oh yeah.
Get Dog a little bit of action while he's there. Score some kudos.
Okay. So party, you are left with Jarrett's daughters. Upon attempting to return them to the room that they have been allowed, you hear a very odd combination of noises that seem a bit disturbed. So you judge that it's best not to put them back in that room.
Something is happening. I don't know. I think I heard him, shatter something.
They're
What?
just they're arguing. For it's arguing. It's
some very intense arguing. So, what I can do for you, who I definitely know your name by now.
Lorna?
Lorna and Dorna.
Lorna and Jorna.
Lorna and Jorna. Lorna and Jorna. I will give you my bed. I'll sleep on the couch in the other room. I don't. The couch is more comfortable than anything I've slept on. I'm good. If you need me to move the bed somewhere, I can move it out in the hallway.
It's only like 1 p.m.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not nighttime.
Oh, I thought it was nighttime. Okay.
Actually, I thought that too. I'm
And
so
Derek's
sorry.
going to be done by like 1:03, so.
Oh.
But I like that sort of pet bird mindset that Thor has, that if he's sleeping, everybody must be sleeping. So
This episode has been such a roller coaster of topics.
You know what? I'm sticking with it.
They look back at the door and they listen to Thor, and they just kind of meekly nod their heads, whether or not they're tired at this point. They just don't quite know what to go with, but they know that they at least have each other at this point. So they just kind of very meekly agree to taking a bed.
Okay. I will. I'll just give them my bed.
I'll keep talking to them about Jarrek and the different funny stories, and embellish where I can to make him seem a little more heroic.
Okay.
And if I'm there, I'm gonna have Carl just shake his head every time.
Okay. Well, is everyone settling in for proper sleep at this point? Okay.
For a long rest, it mentions no vigorous activity. I was just
It can be interrupted for short periods of time.
Yes.
okay.
Extremely short periods of time.
Oh, it always was with Jarek. What?
But yeah, so I say that it's pretty easy to assume that you guys would actively be awake and cognitive again early the next morning, like early, like dawn, like next morning. So yes, as the birds are chirping, townspeople are kind of starting off their days. The sounds of the city just beginning to kind of rise up. You would all awake. Lorna and Jorna would be asleep in the bed. Jarrek, your wife is disposed of in the bed next to you, not dead. Make that clear. But yes, you all find your.
I think you'd have to ask him whether or not.
Yeah, true. But yes, you all find yourself rising up for another day.
Another day.
Did Valorant sleep in the room with all of us?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No.
I slept on the.
I assume, I guess for the sake of propriety, there probably were other rooms that we could have.
Sure.
Like if it became clear, like once it became clear that they were going to be
Yeah.
staying in that room, he would have summoned a servant to prepare another room.
Yeah.
That's fine. So you'd be waking up alone then, Valorant.
Yeah. And so would Rolly. I wouldn't have slept in there.
So would I, because I would be in the waiting room.
So they get that room. Rolly and Valorant get a new room, and Thor is on the couch.
Yep. So you all find yourself in various parts of the castle.
Jarek would begin the day with a very loud and boisterous song full of, joy. Not the Ballad of Jeremy, but just something off the handle and very joyous and buoyant.
Hey, Jarek, take an inspiration die.
Oh, shit, that's the first one we've had this.
But yes, you want to give me a performance check?
And to be clear, I've gotten through the long rest.
Yes.
Okay. Let me get rid of exhaustion real quick.
Are you leaving the room to do this, or are you just performing in your room?
I'd say probably sitting on the edge of the bed, he would be looking right at Hella, just singing a love song, positive. And he said performance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hold on. What is that? Turn. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so despite some of the soreness in your muscles, you perform admirably with the lute, that is. And you begin to kind of greet the day with a lovely song.
And I'd be trying to play it as loudly as possible.
Okay. So we'll say Valorant and Roll, you'd be close enough to hear it kind of drifting through the air, kind of muffled.
I look over at Valor and, I guess we know how that meeting went.
You know, I had just gained some respect for him.
Don't be so quick to judge. They were together quite a long time. Quite a foundation there. I'm sure it can be repaired.
For that's what he wants.
Well, apparently it was. So, between you and me, what was the bigger one's name?
Jorna.
And how tall is she?
Like 4'10".
So, do you think Jorna's too tall for me?
Of the things that she is too much of for you, tall is not one.
Yeah, you know, like a girl with a bit of meat on her bones. She obviously knows how to cook, and I bet she knows her way around a bacon sandwich.
And you don't think that would create an issue between you and Mr. Jarrell?
Well, I mean, I don't. I could probably kick his ass.
Rolly.
I'm kidding. No, just forget I ever mentioned it. You're right. He's far too human for me.
I will grant you this. I am certain that she could do worse.
So Thor, what are you doing?
Depends. Do I wake up and notice that the furniture's fixed? This is important.
I mean, you didn't move them last night.
No.
Because of, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's in the same spot.
Okay. Is there like any paintings or anything?
Yeah?
Like, is there like a fireplace in there? I can't remember.
Yeah, there is.
So I imagine there's like a painting above it or something like that. And there's like probably another one somewhere else,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch those.
Okay. So you switched the... Actually, no, give me intelligence real quick.
Yeah, of course. With this disadvantage gone, I should be fine.
Okay. There are pictures that are close in size. And you pick two that are roughly the same size, but after switching them, it's clear that the one above the fireplace looks really out of place because of how small it looks.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
I don't go for subtleness all the time.
Okay.
But mostly because I'm just going with, in my mind, the furniture still changed. I have to change something else.
Well, no, you know the furniture is not how you left it.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Oh, so I figured that out. Nice.
Does that change your task?
That does change my task immensely.
Okay.
I will move the furniture back to the original position I put it.
So when you go to move the furniture,
No
you
shot.
you go to lift it or push it, and as you do, you quickly realize they've been nailed down to the floor.
Fucking bitch. All right, I'm changing the paintings then. Stick with the plan.
Okay.
Nails furniture.
Someone who's upset about the feng shui being messed up.
Thor doesn't even have that anywhere near his vocabulary.
Okay. So,
I will try to find, because I'm assuming I may have left before Valorant and Rolly, so I don't know where they are, but I'm just going to try to find them.
okay. So you're gonna head up to the more the kind of like residential guest area of the castle and
Sure.
begin
Yep.
searching. Okay.
Wherever.
You would begin hearing Jarek's song as you went back up to that location.
Oh, no, I know where Jarek is. There's no doubt about that. It's more of where everybody else is.
Well, if you peek back into the room that you guys had been left in previously, you would see Lorna and Jorna asleep in the bed, but Valorant and Rolly gone.
Yeah. I figured they would have. Okay, I guess I wouldn't have known that they would have left. So I'm just going to start randomly wandering, listening out for Rolly and Valorant if I can distinguish their voices.
Gone to get breakfast.
Well,
Okay.
I'm
Well,
just wondering.
I guess you'd probably bump into each other as you were leaving the room, and Thor, you see them coming out.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I will just accompany them.
Okay. So for sake of brevity, you guys find, a servant of some sort, asking about some sort of, breakfast or whatnot. You are led to a kind of small dining table area. It's not quite really meant for guests. It's more or less kind of like a servant's quarter that's kind of been retrofitted to facilitate you for the time being. But you were greeted with various different like breakfast food, lots of hearty kind of carb-based like pancakes and biscuits and bread and that kind of thing. But you're all left alone to eat. There is a knock at your door, Jarek, if you choose to answer or not.
Yeah, I think Jarek would probably pull out, towel up, and then go to the door.
Okay. It would be a servant telling you that your companions had been sat down for breakfast, and if you'd like to join them, you may.
Jarek would probably quickly dress, give Halaska a quick peck on the cheek, and be like, I must be off for hero's business.
Okay. So you guys all congregate at the breakfast table in the castle of Kraylin.
Great. Good spread. I need the energy. Then Jarek will pile it up. How'd y'all sleep?
I slept on the couch.
Valorant snores. You snore, I'm sorry.
It's the dust from the road.
But, JD, it sounds like you burned a lot of calories last night.
Oh, yeah, I gotta make up for lost time. Oh, actually, hold on. And he'll pull, like, part of a bacon sandwich out of his pants and throw it down.
Oh.
Sorry, it got a little messy. Well, considering that Braun might kill us today, I'd say eat up, lads.
I doubt anybody's going to be killed.
I would rather just meet with him quickly. We need to be on the road.
Yeah.
That brings up a good point. Assuming we're left to our own devices, what are we going to do after we're done? Here.
Aren't we going with Valorant? Lord Valorant? I mean, that's where I was planning on going.
Back to Sarensot.
Sure. Saren.
Well, we were going to go help you.
Salomon.
Salomon, yeah.
Yep.
Or, I'm sorry, negotiate peace with Salomon.
Would that be anything that the Duke might be able to help us with?
I might see if he has any texts that reference folkish law. He intends to force my sister to marry him.
You have a sister?
I said this 6 days ago, Thor. 6.
To be fair, Thor probably doesn't remember what he had for breakfast yesterday.
Put on the crown and go back to when we read the letter in the tavern.
They're
Anyway.
just gonna sit there and think for a while.
I'm gonna stuff a pancake in my mouth to keep from talking.
He's going
Well-
to force my sister to marry him. He will have twice the claim on what is left of my house. If he doesn't get it through debt, then he will inherit it by having me killed.
Well, I'm not really sure how these noble intrigues go, but to inherit, you have to be, like, blood related, right?
Not necessarily.
You can also attain it through marriage, Jarek. Like if somebody were to marry Jonah, they would probably inherit your tavern if you hadn't burned it down, assuming you had no male heirs. You see, that's kind of how it goes with Valorant, only on a bit larger scale.
What matters to the crown is that the title persists. The Count of Kappelmont is durable, and someone will get it.
Is there a way, maybe, to seek to gain that title through deeds? You have a king, do you not?
A queen.
A queen. A queen.
A queen.
Maybe you could marry the queen and then solve the problem.
Then you rule everything. You don't even have to worry about that.
King Valorant, it has a good ring to it.
First things first. We need to address Salomon's trying to have me captured and trying to marry my sister.
Psh, those turtles were so wicked.
Yeah. Valorant, just to be clear, he's not gonna stop, is he?
He's already crossed lines that I would not have guessed.
Because I have a feeling that this might end up in kind of a murdery situation, which is not what we're doing. But if that's the case,
No. It's possible. But I must try to preserve honor, if not legality.
So do you have like a plan yet, or are we still working on that?
We're still working on it.
All right.
Well,
Maybe do
we can
wrong.
either. There's a poison pill. You could
I was just
challenge
going
him
to
to a
say,
duel.
Oh man, I mean, you could probably whoop him in the duel.
First, we have to get there and understand the situation.
yeah, actually, I think y'all are onto something. Valorant, could there be a law that allows you to challenge him to a duel for his, I don't know, lands or titles?
Not to gain his title or property, but it's possible if he has insulted my sister's honor, insulted mine, that I could challenge him without falling afoul of the Queen's law. But I don't know.
Well, from someone who has fought a one-on-one duel of sorts, I would just caution you to be ready for it. It almost went badly in my case.
First, we have to solve this business that remains here. And at that point, he'll look for whoever the most senior servant that's attending to their breakfast is and ask whether the Duke is up.
Well, coincidental timing, as you guys are finishing your conversation and you go to turn to see, the servants behind you near the door that you guys entered through. You see the door's been opened ever so slightly, and Clifford's head's kind of poking through it. And as you turn around, he makes eye contact with you, nods your head. The Duke will see you now.
Yeah.
Darn gets up enthusiastically to follow.
Okay. So as you guys are taken out of the kind of small kitchen area that was kind of retrofitted to give you a small space to actually eat in the morning, you're led back into the great grand entrance hall with the kind of splitting large staircase, and past the base, the first beginning of the staircase before it splits, still on the first level, there are two large doors on either side, the exact same in appearance, the whole room being rather symmetrical. And instead of leading you up towards where you would go to the Duke's personal office or quarters that you've had meetings with him in the past, he actually leads you past the bottom staircase towards one of the doors and begins to start creaking it open. As you guys, follow him and go into the room, it's a very large, long throne room, for lack of a better word. The floors are this very well waxed and polished black and white tile, probably marble and some sort of dark granite or slate, that stretches the length of the room all the way to the end. And at the end of the room, there's a small raised stone platform with multiple steps leading up to it, with a very well ornate, wooden throne, kind of set on the top of it, with smaller chairs dotting the risen part of the platform. Behind the thrones are nice, large, intricate stained windows that are actually set into the stonework and kind of gives the whole room this odd rainbowy light on the far end of the room. Along the way down the length of the room as well, there are these pretty simplistic but, regal-ish stone pillars that extend from the floor to the roof. It very much gives you that kind of grandiose royal nobility vibe as you're ushered in. Clifford doesn't follow you in as he kind of just holds the door open and lets you guys go in. Duke Braun, as you enter, the room's maybe 60 feet long. He is sat upon the throne at the other end of the room.
Jarrell, as soon as he's about 20 feet away, will give a over elaborate bow. This feels like an intimidating area. This is his throne room, straight up where he throws all of his weight around. Okay. And just kind of give him a bow and thank you for seeing us, Duke Braun.
As you step forth and kind of introduce the party, you see, again, Duke Braun has been in a pretty rough state the last couple times you've seen him. Yesterday, when you handed over Lord Jarrell, you noticed that he was rather meager-looking, heavy, deep shadows under his eyes, kind of a gaunt face, looking a lot more frail than you're used to. He still very much resembles that, and he's kind of lounged back into his throne a little bit, more resting into it versus sitting up proper, as you might expect for a throne. The cane that he was wielding yesterday is kind of propped along one of the arms, that's kind of just resting just over his lap ever so slightly. But as you kind of make your Jarrell introduction, you see a very faint smile maybe twist up his lips, but more or less he seems pretty stoic. But good morning, Golden Hearts. I imagine you found your rest acceptable.
Well, some of us were more active at night than others, but all in all, yes, very comfortable. Thank you, Duke.
You kind of
Yes, Duke Ron, thank you so much for your accommodations. I apologize, some of my furniture may have broken in the night.
You see him just kind of shaking his head very weakly back and forth. That kind of small smile you had formed at the beginning maybe whining ever so slightly. But he kind of lets the comment rest in the air for a little bit, leaving a moment of silence between you two as he like reaches a hand down and begins kind of picking at the, I guess the grip part of the cane. I don't know if there's a particular term for like the handle of it, which has like a nice kind of emerald set into it, and he kind of is like scrubbing maybe some scuff off of it, leaving a few minutes as he kind of like looks down and looks like he's in some sort of thought before you hear his voice kind of slowly filling the room. Golden Hearts, do you know why Porter is so loyal to me?
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say money. If not money, then love. If not love, then I'm out of guesses, Duke.
Well, Master Dwarf, you appear to be the wisest of the group. You hit the nail on the head. I wield a whip over Porter that he will never gain a tolerance for, and that is love. And usually this is how I make my friends, for lack of a better word. And I think there is reason for me to apologize to you. Because when we first met, and I thought you were merely a rumbling band of brigands that were intent on causing chaos wherever they went, I relied on how I usually dealt with such groups. But it is apparent to me now, after the different tasks I've set you upon and the loyalty that you have shown, that way of handling you was incorrect.
Well, thank you. No. I just look over at Jarek like, I have no idea what to say.
That is very generous of you, Duke Braun. We appreciate your kindness and friendship. And I am certain that our noble companion here has been looking forward to amicable discussions, certainly since we first arrived back.
Kind of looks over at Valoran, kind of raising an eyebrow. Are there some pressing matters that we should discuss, Lord Valoran?
Perhaps before we depart, but nothing I would interrupt this meeting with.
Yes, there is quite a few things I would like to discuss with you all before you go on your merry way, I suppose. Well, then I guess we best get to it. I've had a very troubling week. I imagine you could guess from the events that you took place, or the events that you saw take place. I apologize, I am rather tired. But it may surprise you, but I need to get a feeling for what happened up north. I do want to give my appreciation to you, Thor, for keeping me up to date and reaching out before us even some mornings to make sure that we are well informed, and you do not understand how much I do truly appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I am always trying to stay 2 steps ahead, or at least one when I can. My legs are pretty long.
I would argue that one of your steps might be 4 of Master Rolly's steps, so probably wouldn't take much for him. Precisely. Well, what happened with Baron's Hollow? I heard there was trouble.
Well, Duke Braun, you should understand your former acquaintance has some very interesting and powerful friends, to say the least. What we found was quite a lot of villagers being controlled, and your son held captive in a very spiteful and angry Novin waiting for us. We did our best, but to say that what he had the ability to call upon was mostly beyond our abilities would be an understatement. I assure you we did everything in our power to retrieve Jarrell unmolested, but Novin had other plans.
He was very insistent on meeting with you, Duke Braun. He seemed to think that you would have come personally.
Well, if we had any sort of confusion as to who Novin's true identity is, it is no longer so. I took a look at the remains that you brought back, and there's no second guessing it. He was the Novin that I knew when I was younger. But he appears to have missed the step of aging that I have had to go through, which I imagine comes from his unsavory abilities.
Yes, they were quite nasty, to say the least. But I hope at least you take some solace in the knowledge that we have put him down. He should not be a threat any longer.
He might not be, but I'm not so convinced that the powers which were behind Novin are finished with us yet.
Well, if Toradan is determined to collect his previously dismembered body, at least that is a different task that I have to worry about, instead of wondering who near me is going to be attacked next, which I think we have thankfully put a stop to, but perhaps a little too late.
Have your priests had a moment to look at your boy?
Yes, I took Lord Jarrell to the High Temple last night. They are looking over him, and I have known the brothers there for quite some time, and understanding how they like to put things delicately, it doesn't look like a good outcome is in Lord Jarrell's future.
Well, if they are out of options, please send a contingent of your men with Lord Jarrell to Bronchard, and perhaps some of the healers of my order. They might be able to do more than we could.
Once I exhaust all my options here, I will look outward. I don't think this is a task that I will give up on easily, Master Rowley. But I would not like to dwell on Jarrell, though that does seem to be the most problematic issue at hand. I do want to try and get a handle on the loss of life at Barren Hollow, and just how devastating this occurrence has been to them.
Half of them died.
Well, I'll try not to find it perturbing how easily you can state that, Master Dwarf, but
It's a fact. I mean, if you want, I can wrap it up however you like, but half of them died.
And I've gotten word that my lovely friend Duke Sarensote has more or less washed his hands of it, so I'm glad that they're being looked after.
Are
He
they?
has completely washed his hands of it.
I have come to understand that you had a run-in with Duke Sarensote, and it didn't go overly well.
I wouldn't describe it in any strong terms. We appealed to his sense of responsibility, dropped your name. He fronted some cost to equip us for the attack on the butcher hole.
Well, I'm
I stopped
surprised
back
he...
by.
Oh.
I
Yes,
stopped
Lord
back
Valor.
by with proof. He didn't care.
I've known Duke Sarensot for quite some time, and I am rather surprised that he assisted you after you dropped my name.
Elrond was very intimidating. Everybody was scared. I was scared. I'm pretty sure Carl was scared too.
Sarensod was afraid of finding himself on the outside looking in.
Yes, well, I'm glad that he didn't stand in the way of your progress. Speaking of which, I've heard good reviews about a particular gnome that traveled with you. How did he fare?
You know, he's a gnome.
JD,
He did
can't you say that?
his job.
We
Yeah,
had
I said he did his job.
we had no problems with Adam. He was a delight to have, and was very punctual, there when you needed him. And what more could you ask for any of your servants?
It definitely helped us speed along the journey. We wouldn't have made it this fast without them.
Well, then I guess we shall get to the first order of business. How would you feel taking Adam on long term?
I mean, if he helps us get places faster, I'm all for it, man.
It would make parking the cart and all the different administrative duties perhaps a little easier.
How would he feel about it? I'd prefer volunteers to conscripts.
Adam has been bugging Clifford for quite some time to stretch his legs. It appears they're rather short. But he's been wanting to leave Kraylin for some time. He's lost some family that I don't think he wants to be reminded of. But also, I think he would find it quite pleasing to serve an officially acknowledged mercenary group inside of the Kingdom of Giles.
We can't be held responsible if you should die on a mission.
It's kind of the point of a mercenary group there. I think the Duke knows that, Jarek.
Yeah, I think Adam knows that too, JD. I mean, you don't have to tell him that we do dangerous stuff. I mean, we did, fight the scary super ninja turtles at, right beside him. So I think he knows what we're in.
Be as
As long as
responsible
he's
for him as we are for anyone.
Well, you
Yep.
always seem to stay on topic quite easily. As he says this, he kind of leans down and he reaches behind him and grabs a small scroll that hasn't been sealed yet. And he begins to kind of unravel it a little bit before holding it out, waiting for one of you to come and take it.
Nobody else goes,
I got it. I got the longest legs. I'll make it work.
So he hands off the scroll to you, and as you take it, he begins to explain. Hopefully, this will be useful, unless you all decide to change your name yet again. But I spoke to the organization board, and I thought it might be easier for you to travel around if you had official paperwork. So, within Giles, you are officially recognized as a mercenary band named the Golden Hearts, as me being your sponsor.
Thank you so much, Duke Braun. I shall compose a ballad in your name.
Well, it's not quite official yet. I do need to get them a banner or a sigil, which I thought you might want to come up with so that it was not thrust upon you. But once you get that back to me, I will get it stamped and notified, and you will be legally a group that can move around and do particular jobs.
This is much appreciated, yes.
So with that taken care of, I think Adam would be rather excited to be the head quartermaster of the Golden Heart Company.
Well, of all
That
the things I expected to wake up to this morning, and at this meeting, this was nowhere on the list. So very welcome surprise, and thank you indeed, Duke.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Master Rowley, I feel as though how we initially met was not how I want to progress our relationship. So I think allowing you some freedom is long overdue. And Jarrell, that brings me to you. It appears you all have been away from Jarrell for quite some time.
Unfortunately, yes, we have not tended to their administration in a little bit of time.
Well, I have been made aware from Clifford that Croak is a little persistent about the lack of leadership over there in Jarrell, and he wants to, or he's been putting forth, that a mayor should be elected. And with the reality of the situation that the lord that resided over Jarrell is now incapacitated, I think a mayor is a fine fit.
That sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
From
Always
what
said that Croak was, it should have been the man for the job anyway.
Well, Master Rowley, we've offered Croak a mayorship before and he's turned it down. He does not have any interest. But he says that one of his, I quote here, bosses should be elected because the townspeople are quite fond of you. Particularly a rather boisterous one of you.
I would be honored to do so. I would assume this would negate our previous contract and set up new terms and responsibilities.
Your contract would be dissolved, and you would more take on a role of an acquaintance or an employee versus being legally obligated.
Just one question. Jarrell is a fine individual, and there is a lot of him, but unfortunately he can't be in two places at one time, so he's part of a mercenary group that by definition travels, and also the mayor, which by definition tends to stay in the city. Might make for a shit mayor.
Well, I don't want to speak ill of my own kin, but I don't think their last leadership was all that great to begin with, so...
Lord Braun, on that note, I had noticed how useful your sending stones were. Perhaps we could take the one you were using to connect to Carl here, and maybe drop it off with Croak. That way I can keep in contact with him as needed.
You see him pause for a moment, looking back down at his cane, kind of like nodding his head from one side to the other. I think that would be acceptable, if that would help facilitate a better environment for Jarrell overall.
Certainly, anytime we would be away, it would give us the give me the opportunity to at least keep things running smoothly if they need instruction.
Well, I will make sure that Clifford gets my sending stone to you, and then you'll be in charge of getting it to Croak.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I imagine that the rest of you, excluding Lord Valorant, are not opposed to being pulled from your contract.
I mean, I was pretty okay with it. You know, it didn't really seem like that bad of a deal. I still did everything I normally do.
Yes, exactly. Like everything that we've done, it's for me the will of the mother, and if that's what she wants, then it's what she wants. If she wants me to not be there so much, that sounds good too.
Well, I guess now it's time to dispense your rewards for dealing with Novin. To get the worst out of the way, Lord Valoran, I have come to understand we have lost a certain companion of yours.
That's right. Marcus died in Barren Hollow.
Well, it was my intention to make him an honorary knight of Kraylin. I seemed like that might be a good fit for a man of his stature, but if he is no longer with us, then that can be forgotten, or if you would like the paperwork and the sigil, I can give those to you.
I'm sorry, to what end?
It simply is a title that might help lubricate certain people within the realm.
Very well, then. I would. Thank you.
Would you like to keep it in his name for remembrance, or should we change it over to you, Lord Valoran?
A posthumous honor for Sir Griffin is all that I can do for him now.
Very well. Hopefully he will no longer be seen as a Pruidian, because there is no worse fate to be from that miserable shithole.
Hear, hear.
Well, I guess on to you, Lord Valoran, since we are already conversing. I have come to learn that you are having some problems at home.
Indeed.
1 second. Well, I have recently become fast friends with Duke Clement, and I've been hearing about your particular troubles as far as your family is concerned, and I would like to assist to help return the favor for you helping with my own family.
I would be grateful for what assistance that you could offer.
Well, it just so happened that when I reached out to Duke Clement, he had to make a ruling over a land dispute that Lord Solomon had put forth, and I think he would not be too pleased if that land dispute went a different way. So if you are okay with causing a little bit of friction with your close friend, Lord Solomon, then maybe that can be influenced.
The Count of Rufert has been quite busy in my absence. I think that slowing his affairs down until such time as I can revisit with my neighbor would be quite well.
Then maybe that dispute will get lost for the time being. Is that acceptable to you, Lord Valoran?
Absolutely.
By the way, I heard there was some trouble on the road.
There was.
Those were not the individuals that were tracking you when you came to Kraylin. We sent them south, saying that Lord Valoran was on a very important mission. So, as far as to my knowledge, there is potentially a second group after you, and I imagine they're funded by your close friend.
In that case, then they both are. He's quite eager.
Nobles can be a little persistent at the worst of times. Well, I just wanted to make sure you were aware, wherever your travels take you next, that you just keep an eye behind you.
I have learned that lesson quite well already. Unfortunately.
Well, you're still here, so I think that you will be able to handle it in the future.
Thank you.
Now, Master Rowley, last time you were here, well, not last time, but previously, when you stayed in the castle, before a certain hiccup occurred around Kraylin, there was a promise to help repair the armor that you currently wear.
Oh, well, it's, kind of rub my chest, but it's doing well enough. I stopped a few pointy things from hitting me so far.
Well, I've grown quite fond of you, so I would like to prevent more pointy things from making their way to your flesh. So I am prepared to allow you to repair it here on behalf of Castle Kraylin, or, if you would like, I will finance it being repaired at the proper place back in Bronshard.
Well, I've no doubt you've got quite skilled smiths here, but if I had the choice, I wouldn't mind my cousin Gombert. He's quite skilled in the. I'd like to have him do it if you don't mind. If I'm not, but you gave me the choice, so I guess I wouldn't be. I'm not insulting you, am I?
I take no insult. The craftsmanship of dwarves is not matched by us meager humans.
Well, you're quite right there, actually. But you try very hard, and you make very nice wine and things of such. Thank you. Having a very hard time with. Yeah.
I'll make sure that Clifford arranges that for you, Master Rowley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Duke. It's quite generous of you.
Now, Thor, I struggled with you, I'll be honest, but I think I might have something that you will enjoy.
I don't know, man. I figured out that my bear is a dude, so I'm pretty out there right now. My brain is everywhere right now. But what you got for me?
So for the first time during this conversation, you see the Duke look genuinely confused, like looking between the party member at the mention of a bear, and then just kind of shrugging, like, okay.
Just go with it. It's,
Well, Thor, past your sexual identification successes, I would like to also help facilitate you getting a cool weapon, I think is what you asked of me last time.
Oh, yeah. I do like cool weapons. I got one. It's kind of cool. Raises dead people.
Well, it has been brought to my attention that recently an old relic of a Giles Kingdom general has resurfaced. It is in the hands of an undesirable currently. But if you would like the location and to help take care of this troublesome individual, the weapon would be yours.
Yeah, just tell me who, where, and why. Maybe not why, but who and where would work.
Well, Clifford has the details. He will get it to you.
Thank you, Duke Braun. I appreciate it. And I will continue to send you updates on our progress, no matter what.
Well, I think that'd be rather difficult with the stone no longer being in my possession.
Oh, right.
But I will welcome letters, but you might need help writing those.
Yeah, Carl, I don't know if he can write either. We'll just update you whenever we get it back. But I'll I'll bore somebody else with my updates.
On that note, I would like to make it known to you Golden Hearts that if I do require a task being done that is low key, I think, as the peasants say, I might reach out to you. Is that acceptable?
I think that we would be happy to assist you, so long as we are not dangerously pressed elsewise.
Well, I can't imagine why anyone would have any issue with you, Jarek.
Yeah.
Well, Sir Jarek, I guess we'll finally get to you. My first gift to you, which, from what I hear, went over well, was your wife and your daughters, who seemed very eager to meet back up with you.
Oh shit, my kids. Yes, thank you, Duke Braun. It was lovely.
You should probably look after your daughters more, Jarek. You never know when your family might leave you.
Too true, yes.
But they are welcome to stay here for a time until they figure out where they're going to end up. Your wife wanted to mention multiple times that a house in Hightown would be lovely, but I don't know if you have the means for that, Sir Jarek.
That's a very interesting idea. I don't think we can move Hightown out to Corel, but I'm sure she'll be happy.
Well, maybe some of the artisans and craftsmen and construction workers I'm sending with you can assist making a home that she'll find suitable.
The people of Corel thank you for your generosity.
It seems that you're filling the mayor role quite well.
Well, I've been around a mayor or two, and I think I picked a couple of things up.
Yes, it wasn't the initial reason you came to my son because of the loss of Mayor Hillthorn.
More the option of great Sir Jeremy Goldenheart to assist in, bringing Dragoncliff Mines back into production, which I'm sure they've been doing nicely since then.
Sure, they're really blown up.
Yes, I have been hearing from Mayor Jeremy, or I guess secondhand accounts through Clifford. It seems that they are doing quite well, and I think there was mention of a statue going up in honor of Mayor Hillthorn and the adventurers that assisted him.
That's lovely. It's good to know he'll be remembered. Just so overtaken by emotion.
Well, Jarek, as you pull yourself together, Golden Hearts, besides the individual gifts, I do also want to facilitate your living as a mercenary group does. I have quite the amount of coin that I want to bestow upon you. I do not know how you divvy that up, so I will leave that up to you. But everything that you require for the different things that I have promised you will either be with Clifford or with your new quartermaster, Adam.
Very good. Excellent.
Well, it certainly has been a journey since I first met you. I'm glad that you saw through the jobs that I needed doing, and I'm glad that I can call you friends.
I'd give him a nice low dwarven bow.
What is next for you, Duke Braun?
Well, The matter of my lineage and my family has become a pressing issue despite my best efforts. But honestly, that is not the first thing on my mind. There is a realm to be run, and lords to parley with, and dukes to slap on the wrist for certain behaviors, and that all must be sought and dealt with. So running the realm, pleasing the people, making sure that Barren Hollow finds its way back to its feet, I imagine that will be my most immediate attention.
But, like, what about you, though? You kind of look, I guess, different than when we have left you previously.
I am not looking my best, Thor.
Like, are you okay? Do you need, do you need something? Or, is there some way we can help you with that?
Unless you are a master of statecraft and you're willing to share the load, I don't think there is much you can do, Thor.
I mean, I can try. You never know.
Well, to try, I think you might need to read, so you might want to work on that first.
Hey, that was one of my goals. Carl has been, trying to help me. It hasn't been going great, but we're getting there.
Well, keep at it, Thor. And I appreciate the offer. You know, with Novin coming back and the problems that he has raised and the lives he's influenced, it's made me think back to my past, when I was younger, before I had all these plates to juggle. And it makes me wonder what slight I gave to Novin that he held in his heart for so long to seek out revenge as deep as this. And I'm still at a loss. Did he mention anything before he was dispatched?
He said, oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he mentioned his mother a little bit. Not really entirely sure what it was. I'm not sure if she ran away or something, but it was something with his mom. And he seemed to really have a negative disposition towards various types of sexual activities.
Mostly cheating. So.
Adultery, yeah.
Well, I imagine that makes some assumptions form in your heads. I have tried to do some digging into my past, but it is difficult to learn things from dead people, which is one of the walls that I have been hitting. Though I have a lead that I am following, but I'm not quite sure it will bear fruit.
Well, Duke Braun, we would never make assumptions, of course. Such good friends we are. Never want to end up, dead in a trail. So, of course, there's nothing, I'm sure, that happens. Novin was just a crazy man.
Well, Jarrell, if there ever is the necessity to make the world have one less Jarrell, at least I know where to find you. But I don't think that will occur.
Thank you, Duke Brock.
It would be a shame to have to sweep you up into a dustpan.
Jericho's just kind of folds in on himself and scoot back a couple feet. Yeah.
You see the Duke, try to hide a chuckle, but you see, his whole frail figure kind of, shake a little bit as he kind of laughs internally before kind of regaining his composure. Well, Golden Hearts, that is all that I wanted to go over with you, and I guess this kind of marked an end where our fates were intertwined for some time, unless fate again finds us working together.
No. It's just a beginning. This is a beginning of us working together amicably, of our own free will, and with a bit more means and ability to help you than we used to have. So, all good things.
Well, enough about me. Where are the Golden Hearts going to find themselves now that you are free?
We'll need at least one night, a pony keg of ale, and perhaps 2 jugs of wine to come up with a good answer to that question, Duke.
I don't know. I apparently now have 2 people I need to kill, so that's pretty much my list.
Well, Thor, hopefully, if you acquire more weapons, that might be easier to do.
I hope so. He fought with 2 and I fought with 1. I feel like that was the real kick there. But I also have a bear now. And Carl.
Usually I do not pry into personal matters, but you have a bear.
Okay, yeah, so I have this bear that, I don't know if I ever told you that I got my ass kicked by the leader of, the clan up north that I'm a part of, but yeah, so he kind of beat the crap out of me. And then afterwards, this bear, licked my face and woke me up, and it's followed me ever since. And I'm kind of linked with the bear on a psychic level, and he's like a person, I think. I don't really know. I'm still working on it. But he's not a mean bear, although I guess he did steal Rolly's rabbit once.
He just was a hungry bear.
The Golden Hearts, you perplex me at every turn, I'll have to admit. You are quite the odd group. Well,
never a dull day.
Well, apparently your occupation and mine share that same thing. But if there is nothing further to discuss, I do have things to take care of, but I'm imagining you do as well.
Thank you so much for seeing us today, Duke Braun. It is greatly appreciated.
We will, when we come to a decision on what our next steps are, we'll be certain to inform you well in advance of leaving the local area.
I do not hold any dominion over you, so feel free to go about your life as you wish, but I will certainly not turn away any sort of information.
Well, we're just simply giving you our whereabouts, that if you need the services of the Golden Hearts, then it will be easier for you to find us.
Being friendly.
As a newly formed group, you might want to discuss what the going rate of your services is.
Well, that might take another pony keg, but yes, we'll come to some agreement on that.
Well, if you ever need any sort of input on the goings-ons of a mercenary career, find someone else, because I have no idea how to go about that.
Well, and if you ever need advice on running a duchy, whatever it is that you run, you should probably look outside of our group, except for maybe Valor, and he might help you.
If only the duchy was where my influence ended, my life would be much simpler, Master Rolly.
Can you just keep us updated, if we ever check in, if anything happens with Lord Jarrell, just let us know,
I appreciate your concern, and I will make sure to do so.
Thank you.
Well, the sun shines on another day, Golden Hearts, and we shall both go on our merry ways.
Enjoy your day.
Until we meet again.
Be well, Duke Braun.
Good luck, my friends.
I'd lean over to Jarek as we're walking out.
We're not in prison.
Oh, yeah, I know. I thought for sure we were going to get disposed of.
Guys, that's a super cool weapon. Apparently, we need to go get it.
Yes, Thor. Yes, indeed.
I vote that's our next direction. Easiest direction. We're pretty good at killing people, I'm just saying.
I think Duke Braun did mention he had artisans send over to Corel. I'm assuming we're in the hallway at this point.
Kind of reaching the end of the room because Clifford is waiting for you outside the door.
Sure. So we might need to stop by there just to drop all the people off and get that sending stone to Croak. That way he can contact us if needed.
Yep. So a slight detour in the main quest.
Well, I think we're going to go help Valorant.
Oh, yeah, right. Valorant. Oh, man, I forgot. The new weapon just got me on a different level, but I'm here for him, too. Here for you, buddy.
Honestly, depending on where this thing is located, it might suit us to go there first.
How long will it take to get up to Folk?
Quite a lot of discussions to be having in a hallway, don't you think?
What do you mean? We're all friends here.
I'd rather
Let's let the
sit
Duke
down
have his
somewhere.
face back.
Exactly.
As we're walking out, Carl will salute to the Duke.
Okay. As you're just about to leave, if any of you look back, you see the Duke to Carl as you guys slip through the door. But as you guys move through the door, Clifford is standing there kind of just a few feet away from the door, kind of in a hushed conversation with a servant. As he hears you guys approaching, he kind of waves her away before turning to you. Well, I imagine that went well.
Yes. Yes, Clifford. Always a pleasure to see the Duke, of course.
Yeah, we're like friends now.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting drug in here many more times. And our reasons for being here in the castle are going to be few and far between. So I've only one request, Clifford, if it's not too much trouble. Could you get that fine chef of yours to maybe whip up 10 bacon sandwiches or so for the road?
Master Rowley, do you have a minute before you depart?
Well, I've got more than a minute. Yes.
I think our chef would love to meet you before he prepares your departing gift.
Oh, I would absolutely be honored to meet the architect of such a masterpiece.
Well, I shall have a servant lead you there when you are ready. But I'm imagining there are a few things to discuss after your meeting with the Duke.
The weapon!
Yes. Yes, Thor. I have a few notes here about the location. I was told not to give it to you because you may not be literate, but who should I give it to?
I'll take it. I'll put it in my journal here.
Okay. It's like a bundle of scraps of paper, a few envelopes, and yeah.
Yeah, stick it in there. Thor, I've got it in my book here, and I'll wrap it around with the leather binding.
Okay.
All right, but I'll have you know I can light a lot of things. Just depends on what I have at my disposal.
I'm sure you're great at it, Thor. I'm sure. Anyway, is there other things required of me? I have lots of paperwork that should be going your way.
Yes, we will need your sending stone that was connected to Carl over here. Per Duke Braun's permission, and I believe there's quite a sum of gold going to Roly for his armor. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually with that amount of gold, Master Roly, we give you a message of debt that can be sent
Yes.
back to Kraylin. So.
That's what I was going to ask, is if I could get a letter of credit, and that would be quite simpler.
Well, that has already been drafted up, because I assumed that you would want some dwarven intuition when repairing such fine work.
And it's a family relic, and pardon if I could have my family work on it. It would mean more than somebody I hadn't met yet. You know what I mean, no offense.
Yes, and your family is welcome to stay at the castle if they ever travel.
I'll take you up on that someday, thank you.
That goes for all of you, except Master Jarrell. I've had some concerning inquiries from your wife.
Yeah, if she asked for another bed, that'd be nice. The nightstand, too, could probably be replaced. I'm so sorry. You know how it goes, Clifford, and kind of gives him a light punch on the arm.
You see him look down at his arm and do like a little... Sir Jarrell, a man with your stature, I imagine it's a common occurrence. But that is not what I am after. Though our hospitality is open to you all, your wife seems to be convinced that her stay at Kraylin Castle is welcome indefinitely.
Oh, is that what you told her? Well, good for you, Clifford.
Sir Jarrell, I think that your wife would be better suited in a more humble setting.
She's always loved fine things.
Yes, I think what Clifford's going at is that with you being the new mayor of all, it would only be fitting that the mayor's wife lived in Corel. Is that not what you're saying, Clifford?
He looks a little surprised about Jarrell being appointed mayor. Kind of looks him up and down a little bit. That certainly is what I am getting after, Sir Jarrell.
I think he just wants you to stop breaking his furniture.
I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah, of course, Clifford. That's not very good house guest rules. Although we might still be in town for another day, so we might need that room. If you
the
can
Golden
get that
Hearts
stuff
are
in place.
welcome to stay here as long as they're here, and whatever company they may have. But once you depart, it is expected that your company departs as well.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And
have you seen my daughters? I do not remember where they went after my discussion.
yes, they were found wandering the halls this morning, and we've brought them down to eat breakfast. So they are currently being fed.
Oh, thank God. Yes, they eat a lot. Okay. Thank you so much, Clifford.
And Thor, on the topic of furniture, can I be blunt with you?
Yeah, what's up? Did you make a couch after me, or like a couch that's my length? Because let me tell you, some of your couches, man, they just don't fit me.
I imagine that's a problem fairly often with you, Thor. You're quite the imposing figure. But some of my employees, some of the servants of Castle Craitlin, have brought it to my attention that you have a particular interest in rearranging rooms.
What? Rearranging? Or I don't know what they're talking. I usually just sit in whatever room and I just stay there.
Well,
Clifford, I don't know what you're talking about. Thor has been a model guest in your house, and you keep sending us into rooms with just the worst vibes. We go in there, it's all off. I really don't know what you and your staff are doing.
For the first time ever, you see Clifford, his smile that he has on constantly, falter. The corner of his mouth, like, twitching ever so slightly, as he just stands up a little bit straighter and... Well, then I must be misinformed, and perhaps we need a fresher outlook on our decor.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make stuff that's, fit for people my size, I would really appreciate it. But,
Well, Golden Hearts, I have some more paperwork for you, and he pulls out a few more reams of paper, kind of just trying his best to disregard the situation with Jarrell and Thor, and turning over to Lord Valoran. I'm very regretful that Sir Marcus could not find us today, but I do have his title, if you would like that, and hands it over to you. Official piece of parchment, seal, has a sigil of House Couture on it, and, Sir Marcus Griffin, honorary knight of Craiglin Castle and all the realms beneath it, such and such. So that is handed to you. He then, as he's handing the paper to you, gives you a kind of curt nod and goes, and the other issues that were discussed will be taken care of.
Very good.
It's always been a pleasure to have you here at Castle Craiglin, Lord Valoran, and I welcome your return whenever you see fit.
I would be happy to avail myself of the Duke's able hosting once more.
He then reaches into his pocket and grabs a small envelope with the wax seal of House Couture on it, handing it over to you, Rolly. He goes, "That should easily cover whatever work needs to be done for your armor, Master Rolly."
Again, my thanks to you and the Duke. It's quite a generous gift.
And Sir Jarrell, I will deal with whatever paperwork requires, and I will get the messaging stone currently. And then he turns and begins to walk away from you all.
Man, Clifford seemed a little stressed.
I really think he has no idea about any of the furniture that we moved. I think...
No, we threw him off the trail, Thor.
I think he believed us 100%.
I just look at Valoran like...
It really did. And I mean, honestly, I wasn't lying to him. They really need to make things for people my size. I mean, not everybody is, 4 feet tall.
I'm 4'7".
Thought you were 3 feet tall, Rolly.
No, only gnomes are that high.
Speaking of gnomes, we got Adam. Hey, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yay.
He's able enough. He won't eat very much.
Yes, and again, it's the end of a long day. Adam, go park the car to meet us back at the inn. Yes, boss. be nice.
I mean, if you look at it, he's really only here to help. So there's really no way that this can go wrong. Unless he turns out to be like, some crazy guy. Like Novin or something like that. But, the chances of that are very small.
Because he's so short? Because evil comes in all sizes, Thor.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Carl. He's part of my soul, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to kill me one day in my sleep. But, we never know.
Why do you keep him, Thor?
Got the fun, Carl just sticks around.
Carl, meanwhile, just goes,
Carl made of wood.
yes.
Just grab a candle and wave it at Carl.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't reach up here, but hey. Watch out.
Well, gentlemen, I think I may need to go collect my daughters and meet back up with my wife and break to her the good news of them moving over to Corel.
Yeah, hey, try not to break furniture this time. That would be nice. Or, leave your children in the hallway for us to take care of, because we're not parents, just so you know.
Yeah, that was my bad. But don't worry, I'll keep him in the room this time.
I don't know if that's better or worse, to be honest.
And then I think Jarrell would depart to collect his children, break the good news.
Okay. So I think we can kind of highlight that one, or high notes that one. So you're just going to recommend them going to Corel?
I'm thinking more along the lines of, she's excited, I'm excited, I break the news, she's not excited anymore. That would kind of be my assumption of how that would go. But Jarrell is super happy. This is great news. So,
give me a persuasion check.
Congratulations.
And then, as you guys are going about kind of the business after the conversation, eventually a servant would be sent to, I guess, Jarrell, to give their half of the messaging stone to get the croak. Nice.
I'm gonna lucky die that one.
Okay.
That always helps, Derek.
Always
Here comes
helps.
his 7.
God damn it.
You did so well. I mean, it really paid off every time.
Okay. So your wife begrudgingly agrees, kind of trying to spin it that now her man is moving up in the world, and that's something to be happy about. Lorna is also willing to relocate. Jorna is not the less endowed of your daughters. So she wants to return to her husband, which lives somewhere else. So she'll probably return back there.
Well, can't deny that.
Okay. And then yes, you would be given the messaging stone and the proper paperwork that you would need to officially be the mayor of Corel. And then Rolly. Oh yeah.
I was just gonna. Can I requisition just a bunch of paper or another notebook of some kind with some ink and quills while I'm at it? Whatever I can get out of them before they get suspicious.
So you just want reams of parchment and ink and quill?
Yeah.
Give me a persuasion check, Jarrell. Because this can only go
I'll
better.
burn all 3 dice.
Rolly, at some point after the conversation, a servant would come and gather you, saying that meeting with the chef is ready if you'd like to go meet him. Hey. Okay. We
Yes,
can... yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead.
We'll discuss precisely how much you got out of that, but looking good. But yes, so Rolly.
Yeah, look at everyone. I'll be right back with some sandwiches if anyone wants to put an order in.
I think Carl wants one.
I'll eat Carl's for him. Lead the way, sir.
So it's a rather younger gentleman leading you, and you like very quickly leave the kind of presentable part of the castle to the more, staff kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Usable. I can't think of the word I'm looking for. Practical, thank you. Down into like the basement area and eventually back towards where the kitchen is, kind of off the main dining room. And as you're going down this kind of thin hallway, the servant turns back to look at you. I will warn you, he's a little fiery.
Well, all masters of their art have their quirks and passion.
Well, I did warn you. He then turns around and kind of leads you down the rest of the hallway. And as he's like going around the corner, he's like, Chef Grain, Sir Rolly, the bacon sandwich consumer, is here to meet you. As he calls out, you hear, God damn it, where is he? And you hear a bunch of like clattering and like different things being set down. As you're turning the corner into the kind of servant's kitchen, you see a rather portly looking half-orc, pretty burly and big, and really takes up kind of the small space. He's, has like a kind of dirty apron on, smears all over it, bits of food still here and there. He's currently holding a knife that has some residual like food smears on it. And as you turn the corner, he kind of eyes you and he goes, well, damn. Bacon sandwich boy.
You can call me that if you wish. My name is Rolly Halfbeard, at your service, Master Chef. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for all the wonderful food you've given us.
He kind of like leans over a counter between you two, pointing the knife at you, and he's like, I've cooked for kings. I've cooked for princesses. I have the most excellent honey-drizzled roast pheasant this side of the Serbat. And you ask bacon sandwiches of me. Do you have no taste, dwarf?
All the food you just mentioned sounds lovely. I asked for bacon sandwiches because it was one of the last things I remember my mother feeding me before she died, and it's always had a special place in my heart. And on the first day that I ordered a bacon sandwich here, it took me back to that day. And to be honest with you, I can't get enough of them. I do understand that it is not the most challenging thing to make. It is simply what makes me happiest.
You see him like squint his eyes down at you for a moment, considering that you're just making all this up to kind of embarrass him. And then you see him look past you, presumably at the servant that led you down here, not quite knowing what signal he may be making behind you, but then he turns his eyes back down to you, still squinted. Well, I can't be making a fool of myself. If bacon sandwiches makes your heart go pitter-patter, I'll make you bacon sandwiches.
I don't know if bacon sandwiches or cooking have anything to do with smithing, but I have heard that from some of my family who that is their profession, that one could consider them a somewhat skilled swordsmith, or axsmith after making 10,000 of that particular instrument. There's no other ingredients to add. There's no variation. It's simply one item. Maybe it's the same with food. Maybe it's possible for you as a chef to find perfection in the simplest of ingredients.
Are you trying
Sometimes
to say
I've had-
that my bacon sandwiches aren't up to par?
Not at all. I'm just reminding you from one old man to another that less is more sometimes.
Well, I'll try to do less bitching and more bacon sandwiches.
I'll tell you what. Can I help you? Make the sandwiches, that is.
I would rather you not.
Okay, well... thank you for the sandwiches, and they're quite enjoyable.
I've heard that you want some more for your
Well,
departure.
Yes, see, I had asked for 10 of them because, and I have since realized my mistake. Seeing as how for breakfast I could have 2, lunch I could have 2, and dinner I could have 2, and the bread getting a stale is no particular consequence, and the bacon keeps rather well, you see. Could I trouble you for 12 of them instead of 10, and that would give me a good 2 days' worth of your perfection that is called the bacon sandwich.
You see his lips press into a thin line. The only thing stopping them is like a tusk kind of poking out of his bottom lip. His eyes kind of narrowing at you. Coming right up, bacon boy.
Master Roly Halfbeard, Master Chef. Bacon Boy is not really my name.
Well, Roly Halfbeard, if I make these bacon sandwiches for you, then you must tell everybody that Chef Lugrain, excellent chef, all the land.
Of course. This is not a request you need to make of me. I'd be happy to spread your prowess in cooking, and to be fair, I've eaten some of your other works, and they were delicious as well. And one day, I'll have to stop in and get some of that fresh honeyed pheasant you were talking about. It already has my heart going at pitter-patter.
You see his expression kind of lighten as you mention his roast honeyed pheasant. He kind of just like nods his head. All right. Time to make some bacon sandwiches then. And he kind of like stumbles back into his kitchen.
One moment. I have recently been gifted what amounts to a new set of armor, and that is not a very inexpensive gift. And so, in the spirit of passing along some of my good fortune, seeing as how I won't have to buy that armor myself now, here, take this, and maybe it'll help you buy some new knives or whatever it is you need. And I gave him a gold piece.
Kind of like looks down at it, looks back up at you. Sir Halfbeard, I do not take money for non-culinary jobs.
But I just told you to buy culinary implements.
Everything I need, I already have.
Do you have a wife?
The kitchen is my wife, and I keep her busy.
Okay, well, thank you all the same, and
just kind of back away. Like, this man's clearly spent too much time near the heat.
As you are moving your way down the hallway, behind you just hear, "Fucking shit, goddamn bacon sandwiches!" He's like pounding a knife into a cutting board. But yeah, so eventually you would receive your 12 bacon sandwiches, very finely crafted and delicately taken care of.
Nice thick cut bacon.
Oh, of course.
I can taste it right now.
But once all the necessities of getting you whatever was promised during the conversation with the Duke, you guys are left to do as you please.
I want to catch up with Adam and the last of the reward that I think was insinuated that the group would receive.
There's
Okay.
more?
Yeah, there's gold. Or money.
Gold.
So if you guys want to reconvene out in the courtyard, that's where Adam is with your cart currently.
Yeah.
hello, Adam.
So as you guys come out, you see Adam he's kind of almost dictating some of the house servants that are moving things around, placing things in the cart. A few of the things being rather medium-sized sacks full of something, being kind of like tucked into the corner. Adam is very hardly like making sure everything's put in, this, that, and the other thing, and the horses are all taken care of. And as you guys are approaching, and you call, he whips his head around, and he goes, "Hello, but we're getting ready. We're getting ready."
We're getting ready for what?
Well, I was told that I shouldn't unpack, so I imagine that means I've been offered something.
Well, you have been offered the position of quartermaster, driver extraordinaire, esquire, so on and so forth, with the Golden Hearts. Is that something you'd be interested in?
As you say that, he kind of stops, mid-movement, hands still in the air. You see, his expression kind of soften a little bit. He generally is, rather agreeable, but the kind of seriousness he had taken on to make the cart all prepped kind of fades away a little bit. And he just kind of yeah, yes, that...
This
I would love
is your choice. Nobody's making you do this.
Master Voli, these past few weeks that I've been traveling with you have been some of the best weeks that I've had in the last year. And I would love to continue that. And of course, I will keep my mouth shut. Of course, I will say nothing to no one. It's a steel trap. A steel trap. How?
Well, you can speak freely around us. It's fine. The only thing is that in battle, as a member of the Golden Hearts, we will expect you to lead the charge and be the first to attack. It's kind of the quartermaster's duty.
You finally see the hand that he was holding up drop. And as small as he is, he seems to shrink even more. Kind of tucking his head.
I'm just fucking with you. Your duty is to keep the cart safe and take care of some of the other quartermasterly duties. We'll take care of the fighting.
I wouldn't rely on me in that regard, but yes, I can take care of the horses, carts, equipment, traveling, maps, locations. I got you. But please don't ask me to fight anything. I don't want to die.
Oh, Adam, what would give you the idea that you would die while with us?
Master Jarrell, I know that you're not my biggest fan. I don't quite know why. But I hope that we have time to establish a working relationship.
Yeah, we'll be around each other a lot.
Perhaps you can sing me some of the songs you wrote.
I will gladly do so. I think he'd start warming up on his lute right then and there.
Well,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I have been just prepping the cart for general travel, but where are we off to?
I'm still working through the part where you said these have been the best weeks that you have had. You have my condolences, Mr. Adam. I don't know what kind of life you've led up to this point, but good God.
Some people really like the road, Valoran. The smell of wood smoke, chats by the fire, a companionly mug of ale with your friends, and a village full of zombies. It's quite relaxing for some people.
I want to be perfectly clear. You are discharged from Duke Braun's service. Yes?
Yes, well, I imagine. I wasn't made aware that I'd changing hands, so to speak, but I am ready, eager, and able to be the quartermaster of the Golden Hearts, if that is what is required of me.
Again, as Rolly said, this is not about changing hands or requirements. You're not a mule. Do you wish to work for the Golden Hearts or not?
Yes, you're a member. That means that you'll be getting commission now, obviously, until you start picking up a weapon and doing your part in battle. It'll be a little smaller than ours, but this is a paying job.
Well, Duke Braun did pay me, so that wouldn't change, I imagine.
What
Adam?
Rolly means to say
Yes.
is that you will receive a wage, unlike the officers who receive a share.
Yes, what he said. He's much better with these kind of terms and knowledges and such forth and so fifths.
Well, Lord Valoran, there are reasons that I don't want to be in Kraylin, and there are reasons that I need coin. If it doesn't trouble you, on our way out, I can show you something that might help you understand, but I imagine whatever wage that you have in your head would be perfectly acceptable.
Do you have problems with cheese? Naked
No.
dwarves. Moonlight singing while pretending to be a wolf.
That was a very fun night.
If you do, this is not the job for you. But if these are all things that you think you could handle on a nightly basis, then welcome to the Golden Hearts.
He just kind of looks a little confused at all the various examples, but as you end, he just kind of slowly nods. He's like, I think I can handle it.
I look over at Jarek and whisper to him, "It's your turn now."
Look, Adam, sounds like this is going to be pretty great for you and okay for us. And kind of look around at the group. And it's great to have you. I'm very excited. I'm sure you will have lots of adventure. And welcome aboard.
Well, Sir Jarek, I don't really seek adventure, but I seek the adventures that you might find yourself on.
And to be clear, you will not be working for the Duke. You will not be sending messages to the Duke.
No, whatever goes on amongst the group, wherever we go, whatever information I may overhear or not overhear will stay in the group.
I'm going to insight that one.
Okay. From the multiple weeks you traveled with Adam, with the kind of seriousness that he took his role initially, and from your rather decent insight, he appears to be being honest.
Very good then. What did we receive? And a gesture to the cart.
He looks up at the other servants who've now finished unloading, and he kind of looks it all over again real quick before he turns back to you. I haven't counted it yet, so if it's off, don't blame me. I just was told what was in it, but there was 1,000 gold pieces, 500 silver pieces. There was lumber and stone equipment, stone cutting equipment put in there, and then a cask of spiral down ale, I think, was everything.
The important things.
And then you see him glance down at his wrist, and you see there's smudges written on the inside of his arm, and he kind of goes, "Oh, and a bottle of Leicester 32."
Ha! Good man, Adam.
I think that is it.
Gentlemen, I would love to stay here another night before we have to hit the road. I don't even think I've cleaned myself.
Are we staying at the castle, or are we staying with, Marie?
Well, the Duke offered us room and board for the night. I would prefer not to pay if we don't have to.
Nah, I don't know, man. We're super rich now. You're like the mayor of something, which means you got privileges, and I'm still me, and I'm rich-ish, We can pay for some stuff if you want to, but, free is free, I guess.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with staying here. I was just joking, in case you wanted to see Marie for some reason.
Oh, no, I have to take care of my family tonight, Thor.
Now, all of your family, correct? Not just your wife.
Yeah, don't worry. Well, I'll watch my daughters. I'm thankful for y'all watching them yesterday. That was very much appreciated.
I had to sleep on a small couch. JD, it was very small.
Well, to be fair, Thor, there wasn't much left of my bed by the morning, so I understand.
Yeah, but that wasn't my fault. That was your fault.
Well, how about this, Thor? We can, I'll buy you a feather bedroll, so that way it's more comfortable when we're out and about.
You know what? I'll hold you to that. I will take that, and you will have to buy me that. Everybody heard it. And the Lord heard it, so, it's official.
Sorry, what?
Wait, what? Well, Carl heard it, so he knows what's going on.
Oh, and gentlemen, actually, since the Duke brought it up, if we wanted a banner, I actually had some thoughts on that one. Wondering if y'all did too.
Go on.
I was thinking we could have perhaps a green background, and then, and he'll look directly at Thor, an ogre in red with a golden heart.
Whoa. I love it.
An ogre?
What?
Carrying a deer.
Yeah, an ogre.
Well, the first thing, that we originally did. No, well, maybe not the first thing, but yeah, we killed an ogre, which is impressive and will bring honor to our group.
Yes, but there's only one problem with that, and that Valoran was not a member of our group at the time, and it doesn't really show something that encompasses us all, so maybe we should do something without the ogre.
Also, bear in mind that this is for people who are illiterate. And he
Yes.
has a sideways glance at Thor. The crest, the sigil, tells them who you are.
How
I
about
don't know.
a heart, right? You know, and it's golden, all right? And it's got rays of light and shit coming off of it, and that's it. Golden heart.
Why does everybody say I can't light the fire? I can light the fire.
That's not what illiterates means, Thor.
What does it mean? I thought it means, lighting fires and stuff. Lit.
It means thinking that that's what we mean when we say illiterate.
That's so confusing, Lord Power, and I really don't know where we're going with this.
That's right. Now you're getting it.
Now we
Oh, no.
exactly, Thor. That's exactly what we were saying. So anyway,
Well, then, if that works for everyone, let's let Clifford know, I guess, and see if he can get something sewn up tonight.
if what works for everyone, the ogre.
No, the heart, just the heart.
Oh.
The rays of light and shit coming off of it.
Yes, well, it was a quick idea if anyone's got some improvements, but the idea, Thor, is to keep it simple. To say everything you need to, but without having too many things going on in the picture, right? That's what banners are meant for. Like, it comes over the hill and somebody goes, oh shit, the Golden Heart's after us, and then they run. Whereas if they see a whole bunch going on, then what the hell is going on with that? Did somebody vomit on the banner? It can be too much.
A pretty fair point, I'm okay with whatever, as long as somebody knows that I am coming to kill them. That's all they need to know.
Then we are agreed. Excellent.
Valoran, you have more experience with sigils and the like. Do you have anything to add?
Under the circumstances, no. Simple is best. Although I don't know what the association of a heart is, but at this point I'm too tired to ask.
Jeremy Goldenheart. Thus we became the Golden Hearts. Golden Heart sounds better than other things like sock puppets or Rolling Stones or whatever it is.
I still think the Rolling Stones is a great name.
It's just a name. And catchy enough if I say so myself.
And it's the body part.
No, just a heart.
Right. Not a deer.
Yeah. Right, not the HART, and not the heart as in this thing, but a heart.
I thought it was the deer.
No, it's not the deer. That would be a golden deer, and yes.
With big antlers.
Well, right, and it's quite a fine sigil, but if I had to pick, I would just say that the heart, with rays of light and shit coming out of it.
Can we set it on fire? Setting things on fire is pretty cool.
Yes, maybe the golden flames coming off of the heart.
Yeah.
Really, I think he means he wants to actually set the banner on fire.
No. Okay, Lord Barrett. I see what you're saying, you're like, oh, Thor's stupid. No, I just meant flames. on the banner that look cool, 'cause flames make everything cooler.
No, they don't, Thor. They do the opposite.
I don't know, ask JD. They made his life pretty cool.
Well, I mean, the flames themselves were not really that cool, Thor. It was everything after that was the real treasure.
So nobody likes flames here? Okay. Well, I was just suggesting an idea, that's all I was saying.
All right, so now that we've got that out of the way,
Oh, yes, Adam, could you go ahead and unload the carts and put everything in a secure location for us for tomorrow?
I think I'll just park the cart loaded in the stables.
Oh, then you might want to sleep with it so no one steals anything.
it's in the castle, Jarek. It's quite unnecessary for him
Maybe
to
we're
sleep
in
in the
High Town.
stables.
I seem to recall a nobleman being, disposed of in his own castle not too long ago. I don't think castles are that safe.
JD, I think it'll be okay for a night. And, I mean, the worst case scenario, Adam dies. So, we'll be alright.
Frankly, Jarek, I understand your concern, but if something's going to explode here, it will be the money.
Fair enough, yeah. True.
What is the
All right.
we get the what's pulling the cart? What kind of animal is it? I don't remember.
I think there was I think it was just two kind of generic horses because your guys' actual horses were different. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But it's not a couple of bone bags. It's actually a decent pack animal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Rowley, we need to get you a new horse.
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Well, I think our brave quartermaster can probably handle that.
Would that be a trouble, Adam?
Not trouble at all. I'll make sure I get you the best horse.
Well, I don't need the best one. I need one that maybe isn't so tall.
Maybe a mule? Us gnomes prefer dogs, big dogs, but maybe a mule for
No, get me one that can keep up with the other horses. Just a smaller. Yes.
I will get it for you.
And if, well, before we leave, see if you can procure another 12 bacon sandwiches on top of the 12 that I've got. But not for me, mind you. I want you to say that you've requisitioned an order for other people that have heard how good these are.
Certainly, yes. I will make sure we have plenty of food for the travels.
Bacon sandwiches. I'm
Yes.
quite particular on that.
Well, I'm gonna go.
Wait, no. Ask him for honeyed pheasant sandwiches. 12 of them.
I will certainly. I'm gonna go park the cart now.
Look at Jarek. He's the best quartermaster we've ever had.
I think it's the only one we've had.
Yeah. I mean, it's still true.
That's fair. Can't be any worse, because, we haven't had the one before him.
I don't know. Do we consider Porter to have been our
No.
baggage carrier at some point?
I don't know. You guys hate Porter, so, was he anything to you guys except for an enemy?
No, not really. Yeah, that's fair enough.
He doesn't qualify as an enemy. Let's be
An
serious.
adversarial acquaintance.
I think they call them friend enemies.
A quick word,
Fraternity?
Mr. Halfbeard, before we disperse, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course, and always happy to talk.
Valoran will kind of start meandering away
Mhm.
a little distance, try to get some space.
Light up my pipe. What's on your mind there?
So Valoran looks around, more so for other people, like not Jarek or Thor.
Mhm.
Not really worried about them, but anybody else that might be within earshot to make
Mhm.
sure that nobody's really close. And then he actually starts speaking under his breath in Dwarven to Rolly. And he says,
I spit out the smoke. There's a surprise.
I'm an educated man, Mr. Halfbeard.
Well, I've never had a doubt of that. Just very few humans tend to speak Dwarvish. And I'm saying that back in Dwarvish. We're speaking in Dwarvish now. That's a
yes. Okay.
You'll pardon my accent.
thing.
You got a good look at Braun?
I did.
What's wrong with him? In your medical opinion.
You want to do a medicine check, Rolly?
Yeah.
Hmm. From what you've seen and dealt with, again, having spent, a fair bit of time kind of being the acolyte, the kind of, bottom of the barrel feeder for the temple as you kind of worked your way up. Generally, the kind of things you see Duke Braun suffering from, you could relate them to like an immense amount of stress. You've seen kind of similar things, maybe not to that degree, caused by, similar situations, especially like nobility and whatnot. But perhaps there's a bit more to it than that. It's a bit extreme if stress was the only factor.
Yes, obviously he's been under quite a bit of acute stress lately, and I think that might be the majority of why he looks the way he looks, but I think there might be something else. Why is something that's piqued your suspicion as well?
I don't know the Duke very well, but if it were mere stress, I would assume him to have some potent coping mechanisms rather than appearing before us in as frail a state as he seemed to be in. I suppose it's none of our business anymore, but...
Everything and nothing is our business, just depending how you slice that piece of pie, but, yeah. It's quite possible that he has enemies that may have poisoned him. It is possible that Novan had something to do with it. I don't have the information to make more of a guess than I already have, though.
The way that he said that the treatment was to have a smaller domain or so on and so forth. That
Refresh me. The treatment for what?
Well, Thor came right out and asked him if he was well.
Yes. Yeah. Didn't he just mention that he needed help?
I don't remember his exact wording. It was...
Yes, I think it was something along the lines of, if you couldn't help me govern the realm or some such, I'd It's, I can't remember the exact wording either. I don't think it was that cryptic, though. I think he was just implying that if Thor could help him with the minutiae of running the kingdom or a duchy or whatever.
Do you want the quote,
I
Valoran?
didn't see anything to be worried about.
What'd you say?
Do you want the quote that you're looking at or looking for?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll remember.
Yeah, I imagine you guys remember because only like a couple hours ago this conversation's been. I think you're looking for the quote, if only my influence stopped at my duchy, my stress would be a lot less.
To my ears, it sounded like he was referring to himself as a target. A targeted man. Not merely a busy one.
Valoran, I don't mean to insult you, but in the scheme of things, you're not nearly as important and noble as he is, that correct?
I don't have the clout or the resources, if that's what
Which
you mean.
makes you not as important as him. It's a fact. It's right. And that being what it is, there are still people trying to kill you. So what might a man like the Duke be facing on a daily basis?
I don't doubt that. What I'm saying is that one of them may be succeeding.
In which case, we might not know the Duke for much longer. I don't know how to help him, though, because he would have asked for something if he wanted more specific help, and short of us going back up there and saying, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I doubt we're in a position to help at present. I think
we should keep our eyes out.
Keep our eyes open and remember what you just observed. We may not know the Duke forever.
Who is in position to replace him?
I don't know enough about Giles' politics to know if his son is...
His son would not be conferred.
No.
It's unlikely his son would have been conferred prior to him losing his faculties. Afterwards, certainly not. So that would be something interesting to find out. Who's next in the line of succession?
Most probably a cousin of the Duke's. If there exist any, but if it functions anything like it does in Folk, the title would persist, even if the family does not.
No, of course. And it's within the Duke's right and power to name a successor that is not his son, so we might... These are all questions that I don't have answers for, though.
I just wanted to know if you had noticed anything.
Yes, he's not a well man. And at the rate he seems to be deteriorating, it doesn't appear natural.
Well, that was all. So I didn't know if I was imagining things.
You're not, but while we're out here enjoying, well, my smoke anyway, how are you holding up?
I will say that I feel somewhat of a fraud. But
a fraud?
Well, without going into any detail, I had a lot of time to decide that you were right. Or at the very least that I agreed with you. But more than that, accepting this, and he kind of fishes out that paperwork of Marcus's, and accepting this, I don't know if he deserves this. But I also don't know that it matters.
Can I see that real quick?
Be my guest.
So I'm looking at it, and it's what is it exactly?
It's basically like an official title paper. So it has like the seal of the Grator house on it because that's the like family that's kind of sponsoring the knighthood. But yeah, it says Sir Marcus Griffin, honorary knight of House Craylan. Or Castle Craylan, I think is what I said. Kind of just showcasing that he's officially being recognized in some facet.
So, if I fold this up and you can't see it, what is this?
It is an honor.
It's
Rory.
a piece of paper. I can hold it near my pipe. I can burn it. I can wipe my ass with it. We can put it in a frame and honor it. But ultimately, it's just a piece of paper. Marcus is not here anymore, so really, all this was for is for you. It doesn't really do anything for Marcus. He's dead. If you don't like it, burn it. Wipe your ass with it. If it makes you feel better, keep it.
Valorant holds his hand out. And he takes it, and before he puts it away, he kind of holds it up near his face, and he says, "Wise man once said the map is not the territory. It means something, it represents something. But Griffin would hardly be the first ass to be a knight."
Sometimes asses can be clerics.
Indeed.
So,
Well said once again.
so in any case, speaking of asses, we've got some that are waiting for us. We should probably figure out where we're going.
Right.
Yeah, that was the
Let's
one
do-
thing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was the one thing I thought was worth mentioning to facilitate an easier transition into travel in the next episode or session. If no one has to like depart because of time, it might be worth kind of getting that conversation out of the way.
Who ended up with the note about the weapon that Thor's been
Jarek
turned
has
on
them.
to?
Yeah. Do you want to know the
Yeah.
contents of that? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I only have like brief notes on it because I haven't nailed down the specifics. But basically what it tells you is so general knowledge of the world that you need to know for this information is Aether or Aether, basically like the faction or the region south of Giles' kingdom, is full of what you would generally kind of, relate with orcish, goblinish, goblinoid kind of creatures. This is also including kind of like half animal, half beast, half human kind of creatures. It's a very kind of like primal, harsh land that a lot of the kind of like problematic races that exist kind of function in there as this like constantly warring state. So every so often, bands from down there will travel north or east looking for various riches or places to plunder. But the notes that you're kind of reading over and glancing at shows that I don't remember the word for it, half lion, half human. I forget the actual name of it in D&D lore.
Is it a manticore?
No, they're more humanoid than lion. But anyway, there is a war band of that has recently moved north into the mountain ridge that Corell is under. I think it's the Hunter's Range? Yeah, Hunter's Range Mountains. And has taken a pretty valuable or strategic fort in that area. A group of the local militia was sent up to kind of deal with them. They haven't returned, but one of them has kind of gathered some information. So as far as the notes are concerned, the information you have, the leader wields this kind of relic sword that was recognized, and they are currently holed up in this like fort up at the top of the mountains. It'd be southeast of you.
It's Leonin.
Thank you.
And you said it's near Corel?
The mountain range that Corel is at the base of. So the Hunter's Range Mountains, which is the mountain range to your east. So you guys are here on Kralin. The fort is somewhere in this general vicinity.
Sounds like a information trip to Dragon Cliff Mines might be useful.
Be fun to go see them again, too.
Curious how much my song has helped Jeremy.
Valorant's not against going to do that. It's in the opposite direction, but it's not, we could get to Dragoncliff Mines in what, a couple days?
Yeah, it's like a 2.5-3 day journey.
So
yeah, man, Thor's here for whatever, but he wants his weapon,
So that's like a week or two journey. Let's go get it.
Sure. Does anybody else have anything besides, like, Valor that they need to go do? Roland needs to do his armor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to do that. When I'm around there, I will do it.
But it's something to do. Okay, we have
It
a
is
to-do
something
list. No, we
to
gotta
do.
get off of that.
So it's obvious from everything that's happened to me. It's obvious that Salomon is trying to get me there. Do I think that that's related to the wedding or not so much?
There could be multiple reasons for it. Having grown up in this system and kind of being around some of these things, a good guess, or kind of the easiest bet, would be that the marriage to your sister is clearly some sort of play to gain a more finite, or not finite, more like official claim on your territory besides financially. So whatever he has to do with you could fairly reason is your claim on your land, which would not be superseded unless you were disposed of in some way. So that's kind of roughly where you've gotten to with that. So luring you might not be the goal. It could be, but that's not like the only reason.
So if my thinking is right here, he either won't marry her until I get there and he does whatever he's got planned for me, or he doesn't care, in which case he may already have married her or will do it by the time I get there. So
yeah,
it's not like we're racing there to stop it, in my estimation. It's either going to happen without me or it won't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm in favor of Thor having toys to hit people that hopefully I don't like.
Okay.
Also,
so you guys planning on going to Dragoncliff Mine and then potentially wherever the notes lead you?
Yes.
Could we hit Corel first to drop all the people off? So they're supposed to be artisans and whatnot. Or can they get there by themselves?
Well, I guess that's the other thing, is that that's not that far from Corel. So,
yeah, Corel's on the way, so we can kind of boop, boop.
Well, and it makes sense to deal with these things because whatever they're doing, they could eventually do it to Corel pretty soon. If they are raiders.
Yeah. So Corel, Dragoncliff Mines, then Quest.
Yeah.
Okay. We might have to clean up a few things in Kraylin, unless you guys have no interest in that. I don't know if there's anything you guys like had in mind still to do before you left. And then we'll do Corel, which we'll see how arduous or how long that is, depending on what we want to do there. And then Dragcliff Mines, and then to the mountains.
Maybe some shopping and maybe sending a letter, but nothing that
We could do that between sessions. So.
right, nothing that has to happen when we're all together.
Did you have any interest in pursuing Adam's invitation?
I don't remember what it was.
Of going downtown?
He asked to show you something before you left to help.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna force him. I mean, if it's something he's like feels like he needs to show one or all of us, then that's fine. But I'm not trying to be like, what? Tell me what you know.
Yeah. Well, we could probably handle that between. I could probably honestly just type it out to the group to some extent. So no worries there. But yeah, I think that's all I need, unless there's other things you guys need to mention.